Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global City Roundtable 2021, organized by the Academy of Hong Kong Studies and the Center for Greater China Studies, the Education University of Hong Kong. Well, basically, the idea behind organizing the Global City Roundtable is that Hong Kong being one of the leading global cities in the world, and we do believe that we should play a role in exploring various not only research but also policy agendas relevant to global cities around the world, particularly within Asia. And this is one of the reasons why we organize this roundtable. The other idea is that we do believe that it should be a roundtable because for people to contribute to the discussion, of course, academic and researchers should play their part, but we believe that other stakeholders, the wider society, as well as policymakers would also have their valuable contribution as well. And that's why we have been ensuring that our discussion is not purely academic, but engaging other stakeholders as well. And exactly for this reason, we have in the following session, we have a policy dialogue on top of academic panels to be followed. This is the 6th year we have been organizing the policy round, the Global City Roundtable, and we have been covering issues about young people in Asia. We have been talking about migration and ethnicity. We have covered issues like middle-class professionals and so on. And this year, we have chosen the topic of multilingualism in global cities. One of the reasons for this choice of the topic, of course, relates back to the nature of global city itself. We believe that one of the key features of global cities is, of course, the richness in terms of culture and languages. Both culture and languages, of course, play their part to make these global cities global. But it's also important for us to look back at how cultures and languages have been promoted in different global cities. Indeed, how multilingual are they, and to what extent have the interests of different language groups, different ethnic groups been taken care of? And that is the reason why we have developed this topic this year. And thanks for all our participants as well as our contributors, panelists. We expect to have a very lively and interesting discussion, and there will be a lot of ideas to share among ourselves. Without further ado, I would like to kickstart the first session of our Global City Roundtable, and that is the policy dialogue. This afternoon, I'm very glad to have Mr. Lester Wong to join us to have this policy dialogue. And particularly, I must thank Mr. Wong because of his very busy schedule. He's been squeezing his time and finding an hour to join us, and he's very generous and very kind of him of making all these adjustments to our schedule. Mr. Wong is lawyer by profession, and he has been serving and contributing to Hong Kong society in various capacities. He has been very active in public services, sitting on, I didn't do the counting, but it's been, must be a very tall list of government committees. And he's also been helping a lot of NGOs and organizations of social services in Hong Kong. And among so many work of his, one of his capacity is the former chairman of the Standing Committee on Language Education and Research. Normally we call it Scholar here in Hong Kong. But the reason why we invited Lester to join us is not because we want to have a look at SCORE itself, but rather would like to draw on his expertise and experience of his knowledge of the language environment of Hong Kong, and we will reflect on the broader issue concerning multilingualism in Hong Kong. So first of all, thanks Lester for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And yeah, perhaps I would just like to start our policy dialogue by bringing up an issue that not only that I want to ask you, but actually the same for ourselves as well as educational institutions, because in Hong Kong for a long time we have been talking about biliteracy and trilingualism, meaning that when we talk about languages, we primarily talk about Chinese and English. And in the context of Hong Kong, we talk about trilingualism, of course, is talking about English, Chinese, and then we refer to our local dialect, Cantonese, and also the national language, Mandarin. And SCORE itself was established in 1997 in the transition that we care a lot about how to maintain the international profile of Hong Kong. And I'm sure that at that time, if you allow me to make the wild guess that we must be talking a lot about, you know, in order to be international, we need to be competent in English. And because of returning to China, of course, we need to pick up Mandarin. Of course, continue to improve our Chinese, but at the same time, becoming competent in Mandarin would also be very important, because we need to communicate with the general public of our own country. But the international context has changed enormously in the past 25 years. Increasingly, when we talk to students, when we talk about a third language or second language, sometimes maybe Korean or Japanese would pop up rather than just thinking that, you know, well, of course, they would still continue to make a lot of emphasis on English, but other languages may not be French or nor German, but maybe other Asian languages. At the same time, with my own limited experience in traveling in the Belt and Road, which is of course a very important project for China and also for Hong Kong as well. My very limited experience is telling me that, you know, the very fact that I was being asked to be some part of the project is more because they find us. They're willing to communicate with me in English, but if I really want to communicate with my partners in Belt and Road countries, I need to pick up Russian or Arabic, two languages that totally foreign to me. So one of the questions that I've raised to you, Lester, is looking back and of course look at Hong Kong. How ready we are to enter into this new phase of development, and how you would look back at Hong Kong's own language environment. How multilingual are we?
Well, thank you for having me. These are very important questions that you are raising, because of course, as you have outlined at the beginning, language is the basis of our exchange of culture, understanding, knowledge, and you know, it is imperative that we have good language ability, so that we can engage with not only each other but with the rest of the world. How multilingual is Hong Kong? Well, it is true that in the run-up to the handover, there was concern about our lack of the ability to communicate in Mandarin. Our written Chinese could well be understood by the rest of China, because we have one written form of Chinese throughout the nation. But in terms of our verbal ability in speaking, Hong Kong was very much focused on only Cantonese in the run-up to 1997. With the handover and through quite deliberate efforts, we have, of course, embraced Putonghua. And I think that there's a sizable bit of the population that is, in fact, well able to work in Putonghua today. And that's not to mention that we also have many more who are Putonghua native speakers from north of our border coming to Hong Kong to work with us as well. But English and Chinese are not the only languages that are used in Hong Kong. There are, in fact, over 25 other languages that are commonly heard around town. And that would range from Tagalog among the Filipina domestic helper community. There's Nepalese, there's a sizable South Asian population here. So they would speak the dialects on the Indian continent. And there's also quite a lot of Europeans, Japanese as well. Korean is also very widely heard. But how competent are we Hong Kongers in these foreign languages? I'm afraid that you are not alone when you express your lack of ability in Russian and Arabic. I myself, I had a rudimentary understanding of French, but I have since, leaving school, given it all back to my teachers. The general ability of Hong Kongers to engage in languages other than English and Chinese, I must say, is lacking. And this is a sad fact, because Hong Kong does need to have much more diverse ability in language so that we can engage with the rest of the world.
But Lester, in order to diversify our own language environment, one of my concerns is that we don't seem to have the organizational or institutional backup for that. I mean, we have a long history of developing English languages programs, courses at the very early stage of school children's development. And of course, Chinese is our own language, so very much embedded in the curriculum already. And then I think different schools have different arrangements. Some of them probably would fancy the idea of a third language. Most of them probably not having it, but still a lot of students, once they arrive at a certain stage of development, they show interest in having a third language. Say going to Élan Français for French, or other cultural centers or institutes for their own third or even fourth language acquisition. But somehow a lot of them is still very much targeting at picking up the language for your own interest's sake, rather than very systematic, very structured, no signs of them preparing a new generation of interpreters in a different language. Whereas we have seen in China, or probably in other countries, perhaps a very different approach, having University of Foreign Studies, or somehow to structure a third or fourth language acquisition as something for career development, something like that. Somehow Hong Kong seems to be lacking. I don't know how you look at this issue.
I certainly agree with you. Today we see quite a number of people who want to learn a third language, be it Korean, Japanese, or whatever. I think that a driving force for many of these is, in fact, they would like to participate in the cultural side, or maybe on to watch movies or pick up television programs. They rather not enjoy the program through interpretation, but rather go to the source. But you are absolutely correct. In terms of Hong Kong's readiness to do business with the rest of the world in their language, I feel that Hong Kong is ill prepared. You're correct in identifying that we don't have the interpreters, we don't have the translators, or even any structured way of helping those who are engaging in, say, Arabic-speaking countries, or Russian or Spanish-speaking countries, and so on. There is no institutional effort to help these people to develop their language ability, so that they can pick up the language to an extent that they can actually work with their counterparts around the world in their language. So I think that the attitude that many people have is that as long as I have English, then I am able to expect others on the outside to work in English with me. And therefore, English is seen as the common language. Now, of course, there is a very large use of English, a very diverse use of English in many, many places of the world. But when it comes to, say, the Belt and Road countries, that is not going to be the case. My limited experience is that along the Belt and Road, you will find English, but in terms of doing business and engaging in cultural exchanges or educational exchanges, you're going to need the local languages. And that is something which I'm afraid Hong Kong people are not well prepared for. And in terms of the institutional setup, that is in fact quite lacking.
But Lester, can you advise me on this institutional issue? Because I mean, personally, I struggle a bit, because it's easy for us to say the questions like, yeah, sure, we need that. We need a University of Foreign Studies. We need to have a structure for more systematic, not only acquisition of foreign languages, but in fact, we need to be familiar, or at least know enough about other people's culture. One of the, I would say, rather odd thing about Hong Kong is that on the one side we are very global, but on the other side, quite often that we are not really that ready to understand other people's culture, including we have a huge number of Philippine domestic helpers helping us, but how much we know about culture in the Philippines, it's a big question mark. So it's on the one side, it's easy for me to raise this kind of request and say, okay, why not we build the structure? But at the same time, I would try to be sympathetic on the other side, saying we only have 7 million people, and the scale itself, the size itself, probably would restrict our own readiness or ability to build that institutional structure. Any advice on that?
government itself should be looking at this question. There is a sizable language fund, okay, and the government has plowed in a lot of money into this. But this fund has all along only been applied towards supporting research and promotion of English and Chinese, Putonghua and Cantonese. It has not been applied in promoting or helping out any other languages, to my knowledge. And I think that if the government itself starts recognizing that there is a need for Hong Kong people to start developing the competence in other languages, I think that they could in fact start up some institutions and harness the competence that is already available in Hong Kong, and garner that as a start. We'll need more proficient support, but if there is at least a start among the local population who have a competence in other than English and Chinese, I think that it will be a good start. Today, the Hong Kong person, I think on average, particularly youngsters, do not see that working outside Hong Kong is something that they fancy. I think that many are quite reluctant to even set foot and work in China, set up and work in China, far less other countries where they might have to deal with what to them is an alien language. I feel that this mindset should change, and as we take on more global initiatives, that this the need for different languages will become more apparent to the youngsters, and they will therefore demand that they be given some training and opportunities to look into different languages. I think that if the attitude is that they want to just be content with English, then the demand side for working in different languages will not be there. And that's something that really has to be addressed. The government itself does not have strong language capabilities in-house. So we look at, say, when a few years ago, the hospital authority found itself having to deal with patients who were non-Chinese. A number of ethnic minorities were coming in for medical care, and there was a huge effort that needed to be put together to actually gather the different languages, to help gather the interpreters, to help the patients who were non-Chinese, non-English speakers in attending to their medical needs. And I'm afraid that effort is seen as quite necessary because there's hardly anything more important than medical care. But there's no replication of this effort in other spheres in Hong Kong. So in that sense, how ready are we to take on these other languages when in fact we do have resources among our ethnic minorities, and they are able to impart the richness and culture of their languages to the rest of Hong Kong. Hong Kongers must, however, be ready to accept them.
Lester, it's important that you bring up this issue, because that's exactly the other side of the question of multilingualism in the global city. Is that not only that we are opening ourselves and acquire multiple languages so that we would be able to connect and reach out At the same time, being a global city, of course, we have different ethnic groups. We have people coming from different parts of the world, and as a result of that, like at the very beginning that you mentioned, that we have at least 25 language groups in Hong Kong, and we have been living with them for, well, quite a long duration of time. But somehow, when we talk about language in Hong Kong, that we're still very much talking about the mainstream. Inevitably, we need that. We need to have a common language. We need to have a language that we expect to share, and so that we're something to start with, which is inevitable. But at the same time, recognizing that we have multiple ethnic groups and people of different language competence, then actually there are quite a lot of challenges for us. I mean, like what you said, how ready are we to accommodate different language and cultural groups, and how ready that we are going to recognize that because of these differences, that probably when they acquire the so-called mainstream language, they would face certain challenge. And more importantly, that the challenge is not just a matter of language acquisition. It has wider implications. For example, I just happened to bump into a local secondary school and talk to one of the teachers, and one of the issues actually brought up by the students coming from the ethnic minority group is saying, actually they find learning mathematics a lot more challenging because the command of English and Chinese apparently is not as good as their classmates, and then that put them in a very disadvantaged position, and not that easy for them to follow. And as a result of that, of course, the overall academic performance would be affected. So I wonder, I mean, actually looking back at well, not only Scholar, but in general, your perception of government's approach or our local schools and local bodies approach, actually how ready are we in recognizing these problems and responding to them?
In terms of the education facilities for non-Chinese students, I must say that in the last few years, much more has been done. Whether it's enough, I think it's not enough yet. We still have a long way to go. I can appreciate that where neither English nor Chinese is spoken at home, it is not easy for a young child to actually develop the ability to work in English and Chinese. However, that should not be so, given that students have the ability to work in mainstream primary schools. They are joining classes from kindergarten up, and the challenge that they face, I believe, is because Chinese is not a language that is based on an alphabet, and so it's character recognition. There they struggle. In terms of the spoken ability, the ability to speak and listen to the language and understand the language, I think that many minority children have that ability, but it's in terms of writing and in terms of writing and reading that they struggle. Now, I must say that the government's policy with regard to how these kids are examined in the languages of English and Chinese is one which requires them to work at exactly the same ability as their counterparts, their classmates who are ethnically Chinese. Now, that is something which is a taller order for them, a bigger demand. And therefore, the support that they need in terms of having extra lessons or more ability to work outside of the classroom in the language, given that they have no opportunity of using the language at home, I think is something which we must continue to address. How they actually learn Chinese is something that many researchers are working on, and I think that there are better methodologies. Personally, I feel that it's important to help them to read more than, especially at an early age. I think it's important for them to be able to read in Chinese, more so than to write in Chinese. Because once they have picked up the ability to read, their vocabulary will increase to the extent that writing, say from the age of 8 or 9 on, will be easier. I think that these kids do have to struggle, but that should not be a struggle for a long-term basis. I feel that the research that we are putting in, the extra support that is going in, will bear fruit. And I'm hopeful that within, say, the next 10 years, we will see many more ethnic minority students who are doing well. But, Gallup, your observation that students of the ethnic minority students are struggling when it comes to subjects like math, I think is one that I have heard as well.
But Lester, probably this is not exactly a very fair question to you, but I mean, when I look back at my own learning career in Hong Kong, when I was a secondary school student getting into local universities, it was a time when we could get into the top 2 universities without commanding Chinese, right? You can do that. But whereas now, which is fair enough, I mean, now Hong Kong, of course, is part of China, and then you would be expected to command Chinese language. But with a twin mainstream language, it's actually quite challenging in the sense that, you know, if I assume everyone here in Hong Kong is Chinese origin, and then they've been learning English from age of 2 or age of 3, then that seems to be a reasonable expectation. But like what we recognize, that, you know, we now recognize that there are ethnic minority groups that at home they neither use English nor Chinese, but we would expect them to be very much like all other ordinary school kids, to be able to be proficient more or less at the same level, in order to get into allocated places at higher education. Actually, it's quite harsh expectation. I honestly, I don't know how to find the answer, because it's but there seems to be an issue that we haven't really thought very seriously at the time of 1996, something like that. You know, how are we going to transit from the earlier environment into a new language environment?
Well, if you look back, we'll remember that at one stage there was, in fact, for English, there was what is known as the syllabus B, which was English at a lower standard in the public exam. There's a similar call among ethnic minorities for Chinese B, so a less demanding syllabus for ethnic minority students. I think that that is something which we can consider. Even among the ethnic minorities, however, there are debates as to whether they should go for the simpler or the less demanding syllabus, or they should aspire to the normal syllabus that every other student goes through. Some of them do not want to be singled out as being less able, and they feel that if there is the easier option, then the students will go for that and not try to work hard towards gaining a higher competency in the language. So I feel that this is something which is an outstanding debate, and government is quite firm itself that it does not want to introduce a lesser syllabus, but there are different calls from different sectors in the community.
Yes, I understand. I mean, it's always a debatable question whether you allow for so-called syllabus B would effectively deal with the question, or rather that you stick with one standard so that everyone would be very much measure against the same benchmark, because I think we have gone through the old days when our local O-level, the so-called school cert exam, have that syllabus A or B, I forgot the exact title of it, but somehow that even if you score a very high score, people simply ignore your performance in that area, which is very problematic itself. But at the same time, I think my concern is, of course, is how much you really expect students and people of a different language and cultural background to be the so-called the same as the others, because I tend to think that it's also embedded in other aspects of our education as well, because once you look at language in this manner, I think it's not simply in terms of your score in the Chinese paper or English paper, but in terms of the entire curriculum. It also have other implications. For example, I mean, you and I would be familiar with, if we record our experience in primary school, sometimes it's quite crazy that in primary one, you probably would be distributed a test or exam paper that require you to fill in the blanks. But because you're still in primary one, so they provide you with the words. So it's basically some sort of choice, so that you find it and match it. And so that even if you cannot write that Chinese character with so many strokes, that you still broadly record and somehow you can follow the word provided, and then you can find the answer. But once you get into primary 2 or primary 3, and that will be the end of the that sort of provisions, and then you would have all these so-called blank, fill in the blanks, and then probably the answer. You can answer the question orally. You can pronounce the word accurately. You know the concept. You can explain if it is an oral exam. But once you get into the pair of words with 55 strokes of the 2 words, then you don't have a score at all.
You're more or less bringing back my nightmares in learning Chinese. You're absolutely right. I think that for ethnic minorities, the ability to work in Chinese is very, very diverse. So there are some who do not struggle, and we applaud their efforts and their competence. But there are some who are really very, very backward in their Chinese ability, and they struggle not only in the languages but in other subjects as well. As you've said, they will struggle even though they may be very competent in mathematics, in their own native language. When it comes down to working in math in English or in Chinese, as is required in our curriculum here, then they will start to struggle. And in that sense, having the ability to work in English and Chinese generally pervades through every subject that they are doing in school. And therefore, you are right when you earlier remarked that, in fact, their grades are dragged down because of their language competence. But I think that let's just steer this discussion into another realm. And that's, in fact, when we are looking at the ethnic minorities living in Hong Kong, how well are they actually integrating into Hong Kong life? Do we see ethnic minorities engaging in our cultural, our social activities as readily as the locals do? I find that, say, in my experience, they have their own settings and their own events. And even though there may be some locals who are engaged in there, are we doing the opposite and inviting them into our events? Right? I think that it is important that we increase this cultural exchange and therefore promote a mutual understanding of languages and the ability to actually engage in not just English and Chinese. I was at an event at our cultural center, which was a performance of an Indian play once, and I must say that I was perhaps a minority in the audience, enjoying that wonderful performance. And most of the other members of the audience were Indian. Now, I think that the readiness to actually engage in each other's cultural and other events, social events, I feel is very important because without that willingness to reach out, we will not have we will not build up that kind of mutual understanding and trust that's necessary to promote each other's languages. So I think that it's on the one hand a willingness to invite others into your own culture, be it on the minority side or on the local side. I think that it's important that this willingness is exhibited more readily. And I feel also that in terms of the different festivals and occasions that make up the ethnic minorities' cultural life, we should develop more of an understanding. I think that in terms of this kind of cultural exchange, the cities like Singapore, like Malaysia, cities in Malaysia, do better with understanding the Asian, South Asian cultures and so on.
Yeah, I think you have just brought up a very important message as well as some questions. So I understand that you soon have a meeting, so perhaps we would have another 5 minutes, and then I must let you go because you squeeze the time to fit it with us. So thanks for that. That's exactly the point I want to ask you is about. I mean, looking back, of course, language is an important part of the work of education and the government. But that's exactly, are there also other work that we need to work on at the backdrop in order to facilitate? Because at the end of the day, it's not just a question of language. It's a question about integration, it's about building a common society, it's about accommodating people of diverse background and really take ourselves as a diverse group very, very seriously by inviting them to our cultural activities. At the same time, we ourselves to learn and to understand their cultural practices as well. I just wonder whether after stepping down from scholar, I don't really want to stick with that scholar-ish question, but somehow after working on that committee for a bit of time, now when you look back, would you see, there's a broader range of issues and a wider range of issues that perhaps the entire Hong Kong society, not just the government, but the society itself should adopt a different approach to language and culture, so that we take Hong Kong as a global city, we take Hong Kong society as a society with diversity more seriously. I wonder whether you would give us some tips on that.
I certainly feel that Hong Kong can do better in the range of languages that we can work in. You've observed, there are 25 languages that are heard around town, different places, because there are different groups, Koreans, Japanese, Filipinos, and so on. Yet, Hong Kong people seem very content to work just in English and Chinese. I think that as a start, if we could all just try to gain an understanding that there are other languages that are important for us to develop and to work on, I feel that this change of attitude itself will be a start. I also feel that in terms of the infrastructure, we need to have a more deliberate attempt to work out what we will need to really prosper in the trade and cultural exchange, particularly with the countries along the Belt and Road. I think that if we look at Hong Kong's favorite travel destination, Japan, okay, we see that there's so many who are eager to go to Japan for holidays, and they like the food, they like the scenery, and like the shopping. So much so that many more people are now willing to learn Japanese and take up at least some rudimentary Japanese, and it helps with their travel experience. Likewise, I feel that if they see the value of developing ability in other languages, then it will be a benefit to them. I also think that this whole language ability is something which we can harness internally, because we have such a diverse range of languages already available in Hong Kong. And it's just how we organize that ability to bring it together for the betterment of the Hong Kongers' language competency.
Lester, no, I should let you go, but do allow me for one last question to you. Yeah, of course, it's good to start that discussion and conversation on, you know, our own attitude towards languages, our own attitudes towards culture. But who started the discussion? I mean, one of the tricky thing is everyone seems to be saying that, okay, yeah, that's very true, but then be it. I mean, life goes on with or without it. Do you see any window? Do you see any occasions that you know probably we can really start this kind of discussion and make a step forward and perhaps not necessarily to saying to push the government, but at least to channel this sort of discussion into some possible changes in the institutional environment. I maybe a short answer from you because I must let you go, but
not a problem. Dialogue. In terms of the dialogue, I think that the government has a role in recognizing the need for these abilities in different languages. I also feel that it is the role of each and every one of us because it's an attitude matter to start with. And you know, if we are shutting ourselves out to different language, diverse range of languages, then not go anywhere. If we, however, take the effort, make each one of us make an effort um, to at least gain some understanding of the importance of a wide range of languages, then I think that it's already a start. Yeah. But certainly the government has to recognize the need and to help mold that in terms of the policy.
well, thank you, Lester. As I said, I really appreciate your accommodation of our schedule, and I know that you reschedule your meeting to 3 o'clock sharp, so that I must let you go. So again, thank you very much appreciate. I do hope that by perhaps at some point in time I can make summaries of some of the key speeches to be followed. Our colleagues are all experts from different countries in different areas around multilingualism, and I'm sure that you and I probably can continue to have this conversation in another setting, in another occasion. So once again, thanks so much, Lester, for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we'll take a 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back with the panel to be followed. Thank you very much.
Hi, John. Are you there? Stephen Chiu here. You have to unmute. Yes. I
唔想講你都可以用到咪喎，自己。
哦，可以。
John, I think you're on mute still, John. You're unmuted, John.
Is it? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yes. Has to
On
unmute.
the lower left, the mute button is on the lower left of the dashboard in front of you.
The problem is on the other screen. Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
gotcha.
Go on. It was a long time, John.
Very long time. I was saying, I think 40 years ago we played soccer together, right?
Yes, that was undoubtedly the highlight of my football career.
I was a little disappointed that we didn't get a chance to ask Lester Huang any questions.
Yes, well, we should have some discussions at the end, though. The format is a bit different from the other kind of a Zoom conference. At the end, though.
Because I actually had a dispute with the Scholar Secretariat. Kingsley and I wrote a report, which you can find the executive summary on the Scholar website. It's a study on language in the workplace. Scholar threatened me with legal action for releasing the full report. They still refuse to allow the full report of that study to be public, and they are unable to give me any good reason why not. So it's ridiculous. What's the point of commissioning research and then you don't make the research public?
Well, that happens with the special round of public policy research earlier, right?
They don't allow you to make them public?
Yeah, no.
It's ridiculous.
Well, you might be able to do it yourself, though.
No, they threatened me. Scholar threatened me. They would take me to court if I made the full report public.
Now, things like that are getting
themselves. They wouldn't allow me to publicize it. I don't mind if they don't want to publicize it. That's fine. Trying to stop me from publicizing the report that you commissioned using government money is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, in Hong Kong, things like that are a little bit too common these days.
So he was the chairman at the time and was unable to persuade the Secretariat to change their attitude. So I think that just shows that being a chairman of a government committee doesn't mean that you can control. The civil servants still, unfortunately, have
No, yeah.
John, this is going out over YouTube, old boy.
I know, it's fine. This is a matter of public record. I don't care. Right? They know what I think.
Okay, since we are all here, I guess, and yes, we will move on to the second panel of today's an academic dialogue on how do global cities manage multilingualism. I am Stephen Chiu from the Department of Social Sciences of Education, University of Hong Kong, and also the co-director of the Academy of Hong Kong Studies. Today, we are really grateful for our distinguished panel of speakers. And in the true spirit of global online conferences today, we have speakers from a wide range of time zones, and some of you are getting up a bit earlier to prepare for it, and some are staying beyond your office hour so that we can have this discussion today. We have 5 cases, the Hong Kong case, Singapore, Sydney, Dubai, and London, which are all certainly two global cities facing probably similar issues of multilingualism that we will find out a bit more. So we have 30 minutes for each of the speakers and papers, and we will have a discussion around panel discussions at the end of the day at around 7:35 Hong Kong time, hopefully, and a range of different times in different time zones from Stockholm to Sydney. Okay, so the first of our papers today is the case of Hong Kong with the title of Official Policy and Multilingual Diversity in Contemporary Hong Kong, to be delivered by Professor Kingsley Bolton and Professor John Bacon-Song and Dr. Siu-Lun Lee. Professor Bolton is now Professor Emeritus at University of Stockholm. He served as a Professor of English Linguistics at Nanyang Technological University, and also served at the City University of Hong Kong. He has a leading expert of language issues in Asian regions, of course. And John Bacon-Song is currently head of quality analytics in Hong Kong U Space, and before that, of course, he served at Hong Kong U for more than 40 years, and also in secondment to the Hong Kong government, the Central Policy Unit. And he is the leading expert on applying and developing statistical and other methods on a wide range of public policy issues, and had been at the forefront of knowledge transfer between the academia and the wider community. And Dr. Lee is now senior lecturer in Yale Chinese Language Center at Chinese University of Hong Kong, and also head of University Cantonese Program Division, and he is a leading linguist in Hong Kong. And so without further ado, we'll let the panel to speak on your paper and the Hong Kong case. So who will go forth with the presentation first?
Thank you, Stephen. Do we have 30 minutes or 40 minutes?
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Okay, we'll try to. I'm just trying to share my screen here.
Yes. Thanks.
See if this comes up. Let's see. Okay. Just see if this. Okay, so this looks about right.
Yes.
Okay, can everyone see this then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you're right. Well, yeah. Well, thanks to the Education University for the invitation to participate in today's roundtable, and we're giving the current, just as a background to our research on multilingualism in Hong Kong. This is something that we've been involved with for a number of decades, going back as far as the 1980s and 1990s, and the current team that's looking at this, and we just completed a PPR on multilingualism, is composed of led by John Bacon-Song, with myself and Siu-Lun Lee from Chinese University of Hong Kong. So just to start off, I'm trying to move my screen now for some reason. Oh yeah, here we are. Sort of just a few words about language policy, because this is not something that this presentation will concentrate on. But just in passing, I think it's worth noting that the two major documents, or two major statements relating to language policy in Hong Kong, are those provided by the Basic Law, which talks about the use of Chinese and English, and also the various pronouncements from the Hong Kong Civil Service in the 1990s in launching or maintaining a policy of biliteracy and trilingualism. But I think it's worth noting in passing that this policy, which was put forward by the Hong Kong government, has never received the backing of a language law in the same way that language policies in mainland China and other countries are supported by various forms of hard legislation. But that's something that perhaps we could return to. Our emphasis in this presentation is really to talk about our research, and it is research linking very much to Mr. Lester Wong's comments about multilingualism in the Hong Kong community. And if we, judging by the census results, and here are the latest census results from 2016, we can see that on the face of it, the local language situation is dominated by Cantonese, English, and Putonghua. And in fact, the basic law and also the policy of trilingualism and biliteracy concentrates on these three major languages. But however, as Lester Wong mentioned, these aren't the only languages by any means in Hong Kong, and there are many more languages. We'll come to that in a moment. Historically, though, if we look at the development, if we look at the spread of English and the spread of Putonghua, it's in broad terms, it's probably true that English was learned, or English spread in Hong Kong society quite widely between the 1960s and 1990s. And so, the 1980s in particular, were a time when there was a great deal of emphasis on learning English in Hong Kong in various ways, in various institutions, or generally in the society, whereas the 1990s and early 2000s, the learning of Putonghua became far more popular. Now, if we look back to the 1980s, which is when I first arrived in Hong Kong, and I started teaching then at the University of Hong Kong, the dominant ideology at that time, and this was an ideology that was very, very strong amongst linguists as well as in the general population, was that Hong Kong was a monolingual, monocultural society. But over the years, over the past few decades, there has been a much greater awareness of multilingualism in the community, even at the level of government policy. And there is, we heard from the head of Scholar that this is, multilingualism is now a key issue. But I think it's worth reminding ourselves, that there's also another form of multilingualism in Hong Kong, which is the multilingualism of various forms of Chinese in Hong Kong society. And I'll just hand over to Dr. Lee now, who will come in to talk about that.
Thank you, Kingsley. When we look at the Chinese-speaking communities in Hong Kong, we can see a complicated language situation. As we can see from the census data presented in previous slide, Cantonese is the dominant Chinese varieties, and there are also considerable amount of other Chinese varieties in Hong Kong, such as Hakka, Hokkien, and other varieties. And we are going to research the use of other Chinese varieties used in Hong Kong. When we look at the Cantonese-speaking community, actually there's built-in multilingualism. The left-hand side column of the next table shows Chinese script representing spoken Cantonese, while the middle part of the table shows script of standard written Chinese. The two systems are actually in a diglossic situation. To put it simple, and the written Cantonese is to use in informal and casual occasions, and standard written Chinese is used in formal settings. And this is also remarked by Lester Huang, saying that the difficulty of learning reading and writing. And what makes the picture more complicated is the coexistence of traditional Chinese script and simplified Chinese scripts in Hong Kong. Although traditional Chinese script is dominant in Hong Kong, in recent months, various government authorities are announcing the intention to promote the use of simplified scripts. And a number of scholars concern the future of Cantonese, and at the moment, Cantonese is still the dominant variety in Hong Kong. From a sociolinguistic perspective, there's a dynamic language shift, particularly in education and in school. And from these facts, we can see the different varieties of Chinese and the use of Cantonese show another part of multilingual diversity in Hong Kong. And now I hand back the floor to Kingsley to talk about other languages in Hong Kong.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. And if we move on now from Chinese to the if you like, the full range of languages spoken. Again, this was something that Lester Wong referred to. It's not only important to recognize the multilingual ecology of Hong Kong, but also to recognize the various ethno-linguistic communities that we have in Hong Kong, with South Asians, Indians, Pakistani, Nepalese, but also other groups, including Japanese, Thais, other Asians, and many European many European residents of Hong Kong, in addition to the very large numbers of Filipino and Indonesian people, mostly working as domestic helpers in the Hong Kong context. And earlier, a few years ago, around 2013, 2014, Professor Bacon-Jones did a micro-analysis of the 2011 census, which revealed that in addition to the 3 major languages, 24 other languages were spoken at home. And what we managed to do, or what John in fact managed to do by mining census data from the Census Department, was to construct language maps for Hong Kong. And if you look at the maps, the most densely shaded part of the map indicates where there is the greatest frequency of that particular language spoken. So we have maps of the 3 major languages, Cantonese, Putonghua, and English. But we also have maps. You can see there that English, for example, is the highest frequency of English speakers to be found predictably in Central and Western in Wan Chai. But we have the language maps not only for the 3 major languages, but for the 24 other languages. And I'll just run through these now. These include Hakka, Chuchao, Fukien, Seyap, Shanghainese, Bengali, Filipino, Hindi, Indonesian, Japanese, Korean, Nepali, Urdu, Sinhalese, Thai, Vietnamese, Malay, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and Russian. And so, I mean, I think it's quite. I mean, I think the maps are very useful in illustrating the geographical spread and overlap of various languages in Hong Kong. And what's interesting with many of the South Asian languages is, if I just flip back now to some of the South Asian languages, is, well, Sinhalese, for example, we can see Yao Ching Mong is one area where a great deal of Sinhalese is spoken. Urdu, again, spoken in Yao Ching Mong. Nepali in Yao Ching Mong. And we'll come back to this Yao Ching Mong area in a moment, because that was the focus of the current research that we've been doing, led by John. And I'd hand over to John now to talk about the current project, which has just finished, on minority languages and dialects. So John, if you'd like to take over.
Thanks. So this is a public policy research project, and these were the 5 objectives that we set. First of all, to understand the economic and educational outcomes for minority language speakers. Secondly, to understand how those patterns of success have changed over time. Thirdly, to better understand the needs, achievements, and environment of these minority language speakers. Fourthly, to understand how language and education relate to employment. And lastly, to understand the benefits of both reading and writing different languages. So the methodology was to analyze the 2016 by census data. What was special is that for the first time, this covered not only spoken languages, but written languages as well. Secondly, to analyze the 2018 thematic household survey number 66. In fact, this is referenced on the Scholar website, because it covers information about language in the workplace. But what he didn't know from their website is that also they did at the same time a survey on barriers to employment. So we can link language use to your ability to get employed and your language proficiency. And then we proposed a qualitative analysis. The original proposal was to look at 7 district council constituency areas out of the 452, which had particularly high levels of speakers of languages or dialects other than English, Cantonese, and Putonghua. But unfortunately, because of COVID, the fieldwork wasn't feasible in the original context. So we changed. We started out by using Google Street View images so that we could look at, sorry, Kingsley, go back. Yeah, so we could look at the whole of Yao Ching Mong district, which we will see is one of the most interesting ones, not just because it has high levels of South Asian speakers, but it contains 19 constituencies, which are themselves very diverse. And then we also did a survey of speakers of Cantonese, English, Putonghua, and other languages, on language, employment, and social networks. So we have more than 2,000 speakers of languages other than Cantonese, English, and Putonghua from across all 18 districts. So the setting is Yaoqian Mong. You may recognize this picture if you're from Hong Kong. This is a picture of Temple Street taken when the market is open in the evenings. In many ways, Yaoqian Mong is an outstanding language laboratory because it has some of the highest levels of Hindi, Nepali, and Japanese speakers in the whole of Hong Kong within the Yaoqian Mong district. So this is showing you the overall map for Hong Kong, for Yaoqian Mong, which is basically Tsim Sha Tsui, Yau Ma Tei, and Mong Kok, the three main areas of Hong Kong. So this shows you one specific one, the one where that picture was taken. So this particular constituency contains Temple Street on the left, and on the right-hand side, we've got Diocesan Girls' Schools, one of the top girls' schools in Hong Kong. So let's have a look at what sort of language maps we get for Yaoqian Mong. So these maps show the percentages who self-report the ability to understand spoken and written languages using the census data. And you will see there's some distinct differences between adjacent constituencies, some of which reflects the housings, whether it's public housing, poor quality private or high quality private housing, but also some very localized linguistic communities. So first of all, this is the least interesting one perhaps, which is Cantonese. So the highest level of Cantonese was was in Mong Kok East, which was about 95%. When we start to look at the other languages, we see more interesting pictures. So English, for example, the highest level is East Tsim Sha Tsui in Kings Park, where over 80% speak English. If we look at Putonghua, the highest is in the top left-hand corner, Olympic, where over half people there speak Putonghua. If we look at Nepali, you'll see in the middle there, Jordan North, over 30% of the people in Jordan North speak Nepali. If we look at Hindi, you will see that nearly 14% of those in Tsim Sha Tsui Central speak Hindi. If you look at Bengali, you will see Yau Ma Tei North, over 2% speak Bengali. If we look at Japanese, you'll see over 6% in East Tsim Sha Tsui and Kings Park speak Japanese. If we now look at reading languages, so this is the written languages rather than oral. So here we've got the combinations of Chinese and English. So this is how many people are biliterate in both Chinese and English. You'll see the highest here is East Tsim Sha Tsui and Kings Park at over 70%. If we then look at Chinese and not English, so then we can see the highest is Mong Kok West, where we have nearly 40%. If we look now at English but not Chinese, the highest is, I think, 36% in Jordan North. If we look at neither Chinese nor English, we have nearly 8% of those living in Tai Kok Tsui South, which is probably people who are originally boat people and hence are generally illiterate. Now, if we look at the Nepali, so this shows a similar pattern to the oral languages, over 30% in Jordan North reading Nepali script. If we look at Japanese, East Tsim Sha Tsui and Kings Park, over 7% reading Japanese. If we look at Korean, we can see it's Tsim Sha Tsui Central, nearly 2% can read Korean. If we look at Vietnamese, there's nearly 2% in Mong Kok North who can read Vietnamese. And if we look at Bengali, again, it's Yau Ma Tei North, nearly 2% reading Bengali. And then Hindi, we have over 11% in Tsim Sha Tsui Central reading Hindi. So you can see it's different patterns in different constituencies for different languages. Okay, so now we're going to have a little look at the linguistic landscape. This is based on images from Google Street View. So here we intended to look at bilingual signage, multilingual signage, minority language scripts on signs, graffiti, and variations in the signage throughout across the districts. We're able to collect and analyze more than 10,000 signs thanks to Google Street View. So just to give you some idea, these are typical bilingual shops where Chinese is dominating English. There's traditional Chinese on the top and English below. You'll notice the one on the right-hand side is a mainland company, China Mobile, but in Hong Kong, it's using traditional Chinese as the form of script. If we look at Nepali shops, these are two shops with Nepali script above the English. And my understanding is that the Nepali script is a transliteration of the English. If we now look at a Thai food shop, you'll see we've got traditional Chinese and Thai script and a red lantern on the right, which you can guess what that's for. If we now look at the largest mosque in Hong Kong, this has Urdu script on the outside. And being Hong Kong, of course, we need to have tourist shops. So this is a multilingual tourist shop, which has got probably every different script they could find. So you can see quite different patterns. So just to give you some illustration of what we can look at, this is showing you the percentage of scripts other than traditional Chinese and English used in different constituency areas. So the highest for simplified Chinese is in Olympic, which I told you had the highest level of Putonghua. And then the second column, Chim So Tsui Central, has the highest percentage of Korean, which is the area with the highest number of Korean readers. Okay, what else did we look at in our study? So we were able to look at other things. So, Kingsley, yes. So we looked at the effect of language and education on employment and on income. So this looked at both the by-census data and the thematic household survey data set. The advantage of the thematic household data set is that we had language proficiency, whereas the by-census just had, I understand it or I don't. So from these two analyses together, we could clearly see that language abilities, especially reading Chinese, are more important than education in determining who was employed, and that the lack of any knowledge of Cantonese is an important disadvantage in gaining employment. And then if we look specifically amongst those who are employed, then education is the most important determining factor for personal income, although literacy in English and Chinese are also important. So these findings are very important, as we're currently doing another piece of research that's commissioned by the government focusing on female employment. And so for this, we will focus on what can be changed, meaning education and language skills, instead of what cannot, such as age, gender, and ethnicity. We also looked at language in the workplace. So this was a follow-up on the work that Kingsley and I had done previously for Scholar. This we're able to show that industry grouping is the best indication for general use of language in the workplace, although occupation is also important. Cantonese, of course, is widely used in oral communication, with spoken English most common in the finance and insurance industries. Written Chinese is widely used for those industries with an expectation of written emails or reports, while written English reports are common in specific industries, especially information, communication, finance, and insurance. In higher level occupations, such as associate professional, professional, or manager, and in clerical positions. In conclusion, first of all, we greatly benefit from access to the census microdata, and I encourage other researchers to make use of this information. We had excellent cooperation with Census Statistics, and indeed we're looking forward to getting access to the 2021 census data when it becomes available. Secondly, research on multilingualism is now of interest to government policymakers, particularly given concerns about the integration of minority groups, especially minority women, into Hong Kong society. However, it's important to recognize that members of ethnic minority communities are usually fluent speakers of Cantonese unless they are spouses who came to Hong Kong as adults. But they typically lack sufficient Chinese literacy to compete well in the employment market. So it's well worth noting that many members of the ethnic minority communities are not non-Chinese speaking. So unfortunately, Education Bureau continues to refer to non-Chinese speaking students when what they mean is students who are second language speakers of Cantonese. So they quite often have learnt very good Cantonese in school and with their friends, but they may well have more difficulties with written Chinese. So we hope our research will help to improve education and employment opportunities for minority groups in the community. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Professor Bolton, John, and Dr. Lee, on this comprehensive landscape on the use of multilingualism in Hong Kong, and also some of the implications on employment and education. We will come back to questions in our last round of discussion after the presentations. And so we move on to our second presentation of the day by Dr. Lisa Lin, entitled Heritage Trails, Pioneers, Pragmatism, and Post-Vernacularity in Singapore. And Dr. Lin is now Associate Professor in the School of Education at Curtin University, and she previously held positions and served in Singapore, Amsterdam, and Hong Kong. He was head of Hong Kong's School of English, and also served as chair of the Department of Linguistics at the University of Sydney. Her interests revolve around language, contact, and evolution, and in particular, the new Englishes and in the multilingual ecologies of Asia, such as Singapore and Hong Kong. I think her presentation today will enlighten us on what's happening in Singapore these days. Dr. Lin.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Stephen, as moderator and for the kind introduction. Also, thank you to Prof. Lui Tai Lok for the invitation to be part of this roundtable. And hello to everybody out there on Facebook Live, and hello to all my panelists, many old friends and colleagues, and a couple of new ones. And lovely to see you all and be on this together. All right, let me see if I manage to share my screen. This Webex is very interesting. All right, so you should be looking at my PowerPoint slides now. I'm very pleased to be able to, speak about Singapore on this panel. I've been dipping in and out of what's been going on in Singapore for a while now as well. Most recently, looking in particular at the Peranakan community in Singapore. I won't really go into detail about that today, I don't think, only if I have time near the end, but really be looking at more at Singapore as a whole. So the early parts of this are going to just give us a really quick overview of early history, just to make sure everybody's, on the same page. For those who are less familiar with Singapore, then very, very quickly, just from about the acquisition by the British East India Company in 1819 and part of the Strait Settlements, attaining self-government in 1959, 63 to 65, part of the Federation of Malaysia, and then in 1965, gaining independence. And what I think we can see as characterizing Singapore's early years leading up to and at independence is pragmatism, right? Early accounts of language policy decisions at the time talk about pragmatic multilingualism as a kind of driving ideology. We can also see how this can be seen as a hierarchical kind of multilingualism, or controlled multilingualism. 4 official languages were instituted and just leading up to independence. English as the primary working language and as the neutral language, and the continuation of the colonial language, of course, and what were termed mother tongues with capital M and capital T, Malay, Mandarin, and Tamil, to represent the three main ethnic groups, or three main races, actually, as they're called in Singapore. English is the compulsory language in education as an L1 or an L2, depending on the type of school it was. But by 1987, all schools became English medium, with the exception of a few different kinds of cases. But in effect, Singapore's population underwent English medium education in a bilingual system where the mother tongue, the official mother tongue, was taught as a second language, and students had to learn the mother tongue that was associated with their official race in Singapore. So if you were categorized as Chinese, then you had to study Mandarin. So even the Peranakan community, whose original heritage language would have been Baba Malay, were classified by and large as Chinese, and therefore had to study Mandarin in school. Okay, so very sort of very organized, very systematic, very sort of reductionist kind of policy. Note that there's no official language planning agency or body. Policies appear in ministerial statements, get translated into Ministry of Education guidelines, get implemented in schools and promoted in media. And especially in the early years, the official languages are guided by exoglossic norms, right, established elsewhere in the UK, in China, Malaysia, and India for language development. Note, of course, that this really was a politics of erasure, because, of course, in I have glossed over this, but of course, in Singapore, we had a very heterogeneous kind of population, not unlike what was just described in Hong Kong, right, with a sort of variety, diversity of Southern Chinese immigrant groups with their languages, a range of peoples from the South Asian subcontinent, with a range of South Asian languages, and a range of Indonesian language varieties from across the archipelago as well. But yet, all these this diversity of languages was simply reduced to the official mother tongues. The heterogeneous immigrant groups were classified, as I say, into these different racial categories and assigned an official mother tongue. Okay, so diversity really was considered or treated as incompatible with the goals of nation building in the early decades of Singapore's independence. In particular, the multiplicity of Chinese dialects, as they're called in Singapore, but of course we know they're all different Chinese languages, was seen as a hindrance to the development of a common Chinese culture, right? So we have, in particular, these two language campaigns that supported the various the official language policies. Singapore is well known for these, and I'm sure I know most of you are familiar with this. There's the Speak Mandarin campaign, which started in 1979 to support the bilingual policy and the institution of Mandarin as one of the mother tongues. And this is an annual campaign. Its early themes, or its first theme actually in 1979, was something like speak more Mandarin and less dialect. You can see that in the image on the top right of the screen, with Lee Kuan Yew opening that particular year's campaign. No dialect, more Mandarin, and so on. And as the years went on, the conference, the campaign themes changed by the year. They got a slightly more nuanced, sort of less clumsy, but still the whole idea is the promotion of Mandarin to the detriment of the other Chinese languages. Now, again, I'm glossing over, how things developed over the various decades, but essentially, because of the kind of English-knowing bilingualism, right, and the fact that English was the main language in Singapore's education, meant that a whole generation of Singaporeans who were growing up being English dominant, but also having the other languages in the ecology. And again, as is a very well-known story, I think for Singapore, there was the emergence of a new contact variety of English, Singapore English, or more fondly known as Singlish, which started being used very widely across an increasing number of domains, right? Not just in informal domains. So in 2000, the government decided that something had to be done, as usual, about what was going on in the ecology, and the Speak Good English movement came about in 2000. And the rhetoric was really to help Singaporeans move away from the use of Singlish. Singlish examples were always put side by side with more standard English examples, but labeled good English. So Singlish was always compared to good English, and thus, and in all the official rhetoric, you had Singlish couched as poor English, corrupted by Singaporeans, a handicap not to be wished upon Singaporeans, and so forth. Right. So this is really the kind of politics of erasure that was going on. As a quick overview of the ecology over the years and the change, on the left, in the box on the left, you see, the different eras of the language ecology in Singapore, where you had in the early years, the original immigrant languages really being much more dominant in the community. The languages kind of in cyan, bold, just indicate the languages that were particularly dominant. So in the early era, Bazar Malay and Hokkien were really your lingua franca. You had a whole plethora of other Southern Chinese languages and South Asian languages and English as well in the mix. And then, as we've already seen, after independence and after official language policy and so on, what you had was then the official languages really being the dominant ones, in particular English and Mandarin above the others, and all the other non-official languages really starting to be suppressed. I won't talk about that third era here in today's talk, but let's just go over to the right-hand side. And what has been widely recognized in lots of studies is, of course, massive language shift that took place from independence, and in particular when the language campaigns started taking hold. Two main significant outcomes, right? The shift in Chinese families from the use of so-called Chinese dialects, mainly the other Chinese languages, over to Mandarin. And there's a massive, significant shift in the younger generations. And also in the younger generations, you see quite a clear increase in the take-up, right, in the use of English over the decades and in the younger generations. This is a picture of Singapore that I think is very, very well known. Most recently, you have various scholars characterizing Singapore's multilingualism as being in transition from a diverse multilingual society towards one that's characterized by individual bilingualism. So the bilingual policy in Singapore still holds. You have an English knowing bilingualism, right? And most individuals have that ability. Tan Ying looked at linguistic capacity. So, the number of language varieties that Singaporeans have some kind of knowledge of or are able to speak and understand. And many Singaporeans reported use of 2, even 3 languages. But when she started probing for proficiency, you really saw a self-report of very middling kind of proficiency in most of these other languages apart from English. And in terms of linguistic practice, Tan Ying notes how the majority of young Singaporeans really are much more English dominant, even if they have the capacity, even if they have 2 or 3 languages in their repertoire, it's still really English that dominates most of their domains and most of their practice. And she concludes that Singapore is really moving to becoming quite an English monoglot kind of ecology. Okay, so that sort of takes us to the usual picture of Singapore and the usual picture of language shift and the kinds of languages that are dominant in the current ecology. We zoom in to 2014, leading to 2015, which was a milestone in Singapore's short history, long history, marking its 50th National Day. Now, leading up to 2015, so in 2014, the government put out what is known as a Pioneer Generation Package. Okay? So there was a lot of attention given to the first generation, the pioneers who built up Singapore, who were, of course, now, reaching retirement age. And the idea behind the package was to help provide, retirement adequacy. And this would accommodate some 450,000 Singaporeans over a 20-year period. Now, this Pioneer Generation Package was put out and explained and in the official languages. But what the government then swiftly realized was that the very people that they were offering this to, the pioneers, were not able to actually understand the ins and outs of the package because this was being delivered in the official languages. So what the government had to do then was to produce various videos in the original heritage languages, Hokkien, Teochew, Cantonese, so dates just to show that, these were the various dates that these official videos were released to explain the Pioneer Generation Package. And, some of the reports really show how these videos were very much needed, downloaded and viewed, 100,000 times in 3 months, the Hokkien video and the Teochew video at the time that there was a particular report a week after it was released, it was viewed 10,000 times. Okay, so there's a real need for these, so we can call them pioneer languages, okay, original heritage languages of Singapore. This wave of a kind of return to heritage, let me backtrack one moment. So because of, this landmark 50 years of Singapore's independence, there was a huge outpouring of heritage, of reminiscence, of sentimentality, hence taking care of our pioneers, but also intensified by the passing away of Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore's first Prime Minister, earlier that year in 2015. So all the more so, there was a huge kind of intensifying of a valuing of heritage. And this kind of feel sort of continued for a little while. So you see this wave of recognition and appreciation and valuing of the original pioneer languages or heritage languages continuing for some time. This is a couple more years on. In 2016, 2017, there have been television dramas in Hokkien, Cantonese, and Teochew being produced to reach out and communicate with the senior members, senior generation, and these all officially produced, right, by the Ministry of Communications and Media Corp, the official broadcast station. Bearing in mind, of course, that during the earlier years, when the official languages were being implemented, when the Speak Mandarin campaign was, fully rolling out, all these languages were not allowed on broadcast media at all, right? Any kinds of Cantonese dramas that were soap operas that were coming in from Hong Kong had to be dubbed into Mandarin and so on. Again, we didn't have any radio or television in the other Chinese languages. You also had around the same period of time, whole languages of Singapore trails where all the various other diversity of languages were had a presence, had a platform for being used, for being talked about, and so on. Now, interestingly as well, and I need to check the time. Stephen, will you tell me when I have like 5 minutes more? I don't see my time clearly at all. Interestingly, in addition to those original heritage languages, Singlish, Singapore English, also got caught up in this valuing of heritage, right? So at SG50, which is the acronym for Singapore's National Day, you had an explosion of all sorts of things Singlish, not just merchandise and so on, but Singlish also appearing in the National Day Parade, right, during a segment called Uniquely Singapore or something like that, featuring all sorts of things that Singaporeans identify with cuisine and television shows and music and so on, but also Singapore English. Okay, so you can see in the image, the large image on the right, la, Singapore's most infamous particle, phrases like blur like sotong, again, very well-known Singapore phrase meaning to be very confused. And shortly after the National Day, and Singapore's Prime Minister, Lee Hsien Loong, Lee Kuan Yew's son, posted on his Facebook page this quote, right? These props were crowd favorites at the National Day Parade. I'm glad that at 50 we're less blur like sotong and more confident and comfortable with everything that makes us Singaporean. So it was a very interesting milestone there where, you know, Singapore seemed to have come full circle with regard to its heritage languages, its valuing of heritage and multilingualism. So I come to how I titled my talk, right, and what I noted in my abstract, that, you know, a question to ponder when we consider the multilingual ecology of any global city, not just Singapore, but all global cities, is, you know, is the city observing its heritage trails, or if in the management of their multilingualism heritage actually trails behind. I mean, we've seen already discussions about, you know, what's going on in the Hong Kong situation. And now you've just seen how Singapore, you know, really suppressed its original heritage groups, but seemed to have made a come around at its 50th year of independence. But then what next, right? What lies ahead? And I have, I think, three main issues, I think, that are interesting to think about. First of all, you know, the whole notion of multilingualism, right, and post-vernacularity, and on the box on the top sort of outlines to that post-vernacularity is a situation where language serves the purpose of identity building even after it stops being used as a vernacular for daily communication. Okay, there's quite a work done in Yiddish in the US, and I've actually used this idea when thinking about the Peranakan community in Singapore. But before we get to that, first, the whole idea of multilingualism. It's been very controlled, as has it's been described in Singapore, controlled multilingualism. So at face value, you do have several language varieties being recognized, being adopted, and so on. But then in terms of actual practice, it seems to be the case that younger generations are really becoming very, very dominant in English, and possibly losing their proficiency and really not having the opportunity or the ecology for linguistic practice in the other languages. You have the Lee Kuan Yew Fund for Bilingualism, which was set up in 2011 to supplement efforts by the Ministry of Education in the teaching and learning of English and the mother tongue languages. So again, you know, support for multilingualism of a particular kind in Singapore. And the question, of course, is, you know, looking at ecology and looking at heritage, then shall we not be sort of pushing what we really want to mean by bilingualism or multilingualism in Singapore? Coming away from the official languages, we think of the original heritage languages, then, you know, we want to really ask ourselves, are these going to sort of remain in a post-vernacular state, sort of identity building for the younger people once the older generation pass away and are no longer around and no longer, and there's no sort of necessity in that sense to cater to them? Will the interest in pursuing these heritage languages that has emerged in recent years with the younger generation, will this interest persist, or or not, right? And for this to be maintained or to continue, then, you know, there has to be some kind of firm commitment at a formal institutional level, right? Consideration for the potential of these other heritage languages to be given some kind of formal status in education. You know, again, not dissimilar to some of the, you know, the various issues that have been identified for the Hong Kong context and its diversity of languages as well. Sorry, my clock is just behind me. I'm just going to grab it and check. All right, I still have time. And this question of post-vernacularity, and this is a bit of a scholarly one, right? So what I've pursued when looking, so this is a slight aside, looking at the Peranakan community in Singapore, what has happened there is that this community has long shifted away from its heritage language, Baba Malay, to English. They were some of the earliest English adopters in the Singapore ecology, you know, aligning themselves with the British, sending their children to English medium schools and scholarships to England and so on, and shifting completely to English in their community. And what I've been looking at in the Peranakan community is the question of vitality, whether, as in many, you know, language shift communities, there's always this question of cultural vitality being lost with the loss of their original heritage language. However, with the Peranakans, this seems not to be the case. They seem to have moved beyond post-vernacularity, as I termed it at some point. And there's a maintenance and even an increase in cultural vitality while they're operating in their emergent language, okay, in their language shift variety of English. So the use of English actually allows them greater access, or allows outsiders greater access to the community and to the culture, and you know, much more engagement with the center, as it were. So this is just a very quick aside, you know, for us to reflect on this issue of this tie between a heritage language and the vitality of a particular community. So you have the Peranakan community producing various shows on broadcast on mainstream television in Singapore, doing, you know, storytelling activities in the museum, showcasing songs, but always nowadays in English, right? Which allows, you know, greater dissemination of culture and increased vitality. You know, even the latest, and what's been interesting is that Singapore has embraced the Peranakan community as emblematic of a social mix that Singapore stands for. And the Peranakan culture has actually been styled as being the essence of Singapore, okay, put on the platform at various international festivals and expositions, and really being held up as a multiracial emblem of Singapore's social mix. So what's interesting for this particular little aside is, as I say, how, if we're thinking about vitality and thinking about a link between language and culture, then a community such as the Peranakans, which are not unique, there are various other communities as well that have been studied in minority and endangered language discourse and scholarship, which have shown this kind of pattern, right? So it's a question for us scholars about, you know, how to think about vernacular languages. Coming back to the main Singapore story, we come back to the second issue that I want to just reflect on, and that is obviously, you know, demography. The Hong Kong team has talked about looking at the wonderful changing demography, looking at census data in Hong Kong, which is always fascinating, and fantastic maps over there as well. And this is always the, you know, the important point when thinking about language policy. How can your policy be truthful to your demography, I guess, right? Because what's going on in demographics really impacts on your ecology, on contact dynamics, language choice, and so on. In Singapore's case, we can identify at least 3, interesting groups. Obviously your original populations. I've already mentioned the Southern Chinese populations, but we also have other groups, for example, the Malayalis, who are the 2nd largest Indian ethnic group in Singapore after the Tamils. They have one of the oldest associations in Singapore. Many Malayali members made significant contributions in the early years of Singapore's history and so on. But interestingly, Malayalam is not one of the so-called non-Tamil Indian languages, which can be studied in lieu of a mother tongue language in school. Okay, so there's sometimes a disjoint between certain population groups, their significance in Singapore's history and ecology, and what's going on with policy. And I think greater attention or more careful attention be given to that. One of course has to have an eye on new and changing immigration patterns. So for example, 21st century immigration policies have been targeting mainland Chinese as desired immigrants for various reasons, especially to counteract Singapore's low birth rate and also to keep the Chinese, Malay, Indian, others balance, racial balance in Singapore. And of course, this supports the ascendance of Mandarin, a continued ascendance of Mandarin, I should say, not just for economic reasons, but also as a social resource. And again, this is something that one needs to keep an eye on when thinking about policy. And the third and often neglected population is the transient population, comprising foreign workers, in the almost the 2 millions, mostly coming from South Asia and Southeast Asian contexts, and often quite invisible in Singapore's ecology. I will say a little bit more about that in a moment, because pandemic really brought this to the fore. Okay, so I'll come back to that in a second. The third and final kind of issue that I think is really important for us in Singapore to have an eye on and to ponder what to do about is of course new varieties and practices, right? The emergence of new language varieties in such multilingual ecologies, because of the contact language dynamics that are going on, and not just new varieties, but also what are increasingly recognized as plurilingual practices, something that I talked about already about 5 years ago, or translingual practices, which I think was commented on in a recent publication on multilingual Singapore in Kingsley's new series. The kinds of dilemmas and paradoxes that one faces when one has to deal with such practices, but which are a natural outcome of such multilingual ecologies. And certainly Singlish, or Singapore English, is something that the government really needs to come to terms with and say something about, because it really has become a dominant mode of expression for many, many Singaporeans. Remembering that, the generations that went through the English dominant of English medium education really are now the leaders, or the older generations in Singapore today. So it's really very much a part of Singapore's ecology, a cultural marker of Singapore identity. Reams have been written about it, but it's still not something that's addressed in official government discourse. To end, and I'm going to end in a second, just want to say that, as with many places around the world, I think the current pandemic really brought a lot of things to the fore. And when it comes to multilingualism and multilingual communication, I think this can be really clearly seen in public health communication. On the one hand, some places, some spaces have shown how they really stepped up to addressing multilingual needs. In other places, the cracks and the erasures have really been shown up as well. If you just look at the Singapore's Ministry of Health website, lots of information about dealing with the pandemic in the usual 4 official languages. So that is a really interesting pattern to note. I know this is being broadcast, but certainly a very disappointing pattern to note, and it really required subaltern action for all the other languages in Singapore's ecology to actually be addressed. So I'm not sure if you encountered this news, but essentially sometime in April 2020, I believe, when large numbers of the foreign transient workers in Singapore in their dormitories were hit by COVID. Doctors and the medical healthcare people were scrambling to be able to communicate with these foreign workers, and it really actually took an individual. She was a young, I think, recent graduate of medicine in Singapore who had been volunteering by doing Bengali translation for such situations, and it was she who actually developed, a little app which just gave COVID-related translations in Bengali. And later on, another volunteer group took up the cause and created a website called Translate for SG, which produced basic translations for the whole range of other languages in Singapore that weren't catered to by through the official channels. Okay? And this was produced really by volunteers, by subaltern action. So very telling and a really good lesson, I think, for the kinds of steps that one has to take in managing multilingualism in a city in this day and age. To end, once again, with Singlish, wasn't left behind. Singapore government came out with music video featuring, for those of you who know Singapore, the well-known character from the sitcom Phua Chu Kang, who typically is a very Singlish-speaking character. He had been used already in the SARS context with a music video about SARS, and once again he was in a music video to encourage Singaporeans to get their COVID-19 vaccinations, with Singlish occurring quite readily in this government produced production. Right? Faster, go and vaccinate. And on that note, and with that message, I think I will end today's my little presentation today about Singapore's situation, and just to say that we really need to evaluate the language ecology with greater nuance and greater honesty, right, for public policies that suit the time and circumstance and remain relevant and effective. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lin, for the fascinating story of Singapore's, how the impulses for multilingualism come back into the fore amidst this controlled environment. And so we'll move on to our third presentation of today. Dr. Alice Chick will speak about societal multilingualism in Sydney, the implications for individuals. Dr. Chick is Associate Professor in the School of Education of University of Macquarie and Associate Director of Multilingualism Research Center of the Faculty of Medicine, Health and Human Sciences. Her primary research area involves language learning and multilingual literacy in digital environments, and now especially interested in exploring how language learners construct and direct their autonomous learning in informal contexts. So the floor is yours, Dr. Chick.
Thank you for the kind introductions. So can everybody see the slides?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So thank you to the Academy of Hong Kong Studies for this kind invitation to the Global City Roundtable. So I'm Alice Chick from Macquarie University and Multilingualism Research Centre, and I'm speaking from Sydney, Australia. So good evening and good morning and good afternoon to everybody. We are now heading into week 10 of COVID lockdown, and I hope you and your family and friends are keeping safe and well wherever you are. Okay, so if we think about Australia, with only 2.8% of Australians identified as Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander, we are all migrants or descendants of immigrants. And a lot of people come, live, and work and studied in Australia.
Alice, your speaker notes, sorry, Alice, hi, this is Kingsley, hi. Your
Hey.
speaker notes are showing up on the screen and obscuring your main screen.
Oh.
So I think you just...
See if, whether you can hide it somewhere.
You better hide your speaker notes, okay?
Okay, I'm
then
gonna
go
hide
to full
it.
screen. Maybe go to full screen for
Thank you
the
so much.
PowerPoint. Okay.
That is going to be difficult here. Okay, so here, when you think about the Australian context, that a lot of people do come and live and work in Australia. And for the overseas born, the top 10 countries of birth, for example, in 2010s, 2015 and 2020s, that we are seeing in 2020, we're looking at England, India, China, New Zealand, and the Philippines as the top 5 countries of origin. So what does that mean? It means that we are having more migrants, are more likely to, new migrant particularly, would have come from Asia. Okay, so if you look at this particular bar chart, there is actually quite interesting to see that we are seeing more new migrants from Asia. So as Australia is becoming more multilingual, and what does that mean? Okay, that's if we look at the 2021, 2011 and 2016 census data, and we have just done the 2021 census, and we should be seeing the result next year. So if we look at the population speaking English only and the population speaking a language other than English at home, then in the whole of Australia, we're looking at 72.7% of the households speak English only. Okay? So non-English speaking household is about 20.8% for the whole of Australia. But in capital cities, we're looking at 27.8%. So it's quite high. Okay? And of course, over the last 40 years, we're actually seeing an increase from 12.9% in 1976, going up to 2016 to 20.8%. That's the whole population. So not counting the metropolitan capital cities area. Okay? So we see a large increase in population speaking an additional language other than English in the household. Okay? So what does that mean? And we are also looking at what kind of languages are commonly spoken. Okay? So for example, in Australia and New South Wales, the most commonly spoken languages include Mandarin, Arabic, Cantonese, Vietnamese, Italian, and Greek. Okay? So now that's the kind of diversity that we have, and of course we're also looking about 200 languages being spoken. So these are the top 10 most commonly spoken languages in Australia and New South Wales. When we look at the languages between 2011 and 2016, okay, so that what languages are growing faster? Okay, so we are looking at Asian and Middle Eastern languages, And then the languages that are kind of decreasing in terms of the number of speakers or by percentage of the populations, we're looking at the European languages. Okay? And particularly, we're looking at Indian languages as the group of languages that is growing fastest in Australia. So when Australia is fairly multilingual, what about the public policies? Like, what is the public policy for Australia? Do we have a multilingual or multicultural Australian policies? The thing is that we actually only have a multicultural policy. So for example, the most recent multicultural statement that was published in 2018 by the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull is available in 32 languages. And that was the most recent multicultural statement. Okay? And the current government, the Scott Morrison government, has not released a new updated multicultural statement. So in Australia, we do not have an official language, but we do have multicultural policy to direct the approach and the directions of how government deal with languages. Okay? So when we don't have a language policy, then it is frequently reflected or is kind of included in other public policies. And one of that is the Australian value statement. Okay? The Australian values statement is actually first introduced in 2007 by the John Howard government, and it was introduced to as the new idea, as a way that all visa applicants, whether you are applying for a temporary or you're applying for a permanent resident, you will have to sign and accept the Australian value statement. And one part of the Australian value statement is to agree that the English language as the national language and as an important unifying element of Australian society. Okay? So that was the new addition to the visa application. If you do not agree or if you do not sign this, it is very likely that the application will be turned down. Okay? And together with the Australian Citizenship Act, the government, the Howard government, introduced a new requirement. It's a test requirement for citizenship application. It is a test with 20 multiple choice questions. And the questions are based on Australian history, cultures, and values. And you can get you can download a resource booklet to read. The resource booklet is available in many languages, but the test itself is written in simple English. There's no translation, and you cannot take the citizenship test in any other languages. Right? And the government suggested that this is a way to assess basic English language skill, but it was not put down on government website. It's just say that there is a citizenship test. Now, in 2020, there was a discussion of new English requirement. Okay? So Minister Alan Tudge, then he was the acting minister for immigration, citizenship, migrant services, and multicultural affairs. So he talks about why there should be a new English requirement for anybody who would like to apply for permanent residence or for partners visa. Okay, so he was quote saying, those who want to settle in Australia permanently will also commit to making reasonable efforts to learn English so that they can fully participate in the community and have the best possible chance to get a job. There's no new test or threshold associated with this change. So the message is very clear from the government that English is the only language for integration, for having full participations socially. Okay? And as a result, that the citizenships, the information on the government website has been updated in 2020. Now, the excerpts that you see here is taken directly from the Department of Home Affairs website. Now they have changed the information so that the first piece of information that you get about the citizenship test is that you need to pass the citizenship test to show that you have a basic knowledge of the English language. And then it's about an understanding of what it means to become an Australian citizen. So the kind of ordering of these sentences basically say that English is the #1 priority when you apply for citizenships. It is more important than the understanding of what it means to be an Australian citizen and what it means to have an adequate knowledge of Australia and the responsibility and privileges of citizenships or the commitment to the Australian values. The #1 priority is that you have basic knowledge of the English language. So that is the new change to the informations about citizenships. Okay, so that's the government perspective and the approach to multilingualism. So when we think about the government approach, that's the Commonwealth, the federal government. So what about at the state level? Okay, do we have a multilingual or multicultural Sydney? Okay, so of course, okay, in New South Wales, where Sydney is, okay, we have the Multicultural New South Wales Act of 2000. We do not have a statewide language policy. And within the Multicultural New South Wales Act, okay, there are 6 multicultural principles, and 2 of those deal with languages. So the first one is about that we are, the people of New South Wales are of different linguistic, religious, and ancestral backgrounds who either individually or in community with other members of their respective groups are free to profess, practice, and maintain their own linguistic, religious, and ancestral heritage. So it is very clear that New South Wales is linguistically diverse, and people are encouraged to teach and practice and to use the language. Okay, and so that's for the individual. For the government, that all individuals and institutions should respect and make provision for the culture and language and religions of others within an Australian legal and institutional framework where English is the common language. So that also provides the space, okay, for translation and interpretation. But the first priority, again, is that English is the common language. And then we will consider the translations and the interpretations to support individuals and institutions. So what does that mean? Okay. And in terms of thinking about the New South Wales population, okay, it is actually important to consider the space for translation and interpretations because, for example, the most commonly spoken languages in Sydney are Chinese, that includes Mandarin and Cantonese, Arabic, Vietnamese, Italian, and Greek. Okay? So these are the 5 most commonly spoken languages other than English in Sydney. Okay? Now, that means that the overall general language diversity is also reflected in the government school, in public school as well. So for example, in 2016, the census says that like 31% of New South Wales household general population speak a language other than English. Okay? Now in 2010, okay, that's already all public school, that's including the kindergartens, primary and secondary, that 29.4% of students already come from a language background other than English. And then in 2020, we're looking at about 37% of all New South Wales school students come from a language background other than English. And in the metropolitan Sydney areas, we're actually looking at about 56.2%. So that means that when our teachers goes into any of the classrooms, half the class, and actually more than half the class of the students speak an additional language at home. Okay, and that's more likely to be one of these languages, okay? Indian languages, Chinese languages, Arabic, Vietnamese, Filipino, Samoan, Korean, Greek, Spanish, and Italian. So that's the language diversity in New South Wales school. It looked nice and rainbowy, but when the students have speak so many languages, do they get to learn languages in school in New South Wales, in Sydney? In primary, year 1 to year 6, there's an English only policy. There's no compulsory or required languages other than English education provisions. Okay? In secondary, year 7 to year 10, secondary schools are required to provide 100 hours of languages other than English education. 100 hours only. Okay? So that's about like one university course, thinking about the number of hours, only 100 hours over the whole of secondary school. So that means that for a Sydney student, okay, for the whole learning career from year 1 to year 10, that's the required number of years that they should go to school. They only get 100 hours of languages other than English education. Okay. So when we think about, for example, that the biggest, the most commonly spoken languages, Mandarin, Cantonese. Okay? So the numbers that you can see here, for example, that there are more than 239,000 people speaking Mandarin. There are 143,000 people speaking Cantonese as a language other than English. How many students are learning the language in school? Okay? So we have still a fairly healthy numbers for Mandarin, 5,500 students learning Mandarin in school. Cantonese is 0. And when we look at Arabic, okay, that's the second biggest, most commonly spoken language in New South Wales. There are more than 200,000 speakers. There are only 681 students in New South Wales school, in all of New South Wales school, learning Arabic. Vietnamese, 102,000 student people speaking Vietnamese, 196 students learning Vietnamese. And Greek, okay, is also a relatively small number, 474. So it is quite alarming that many of the more commonly spoken languages, they do not have young learners in school learning the language. So what languages, if they are learning languages, what are they learning? Interestingly, the most commonly language provided, education provided in school is Japanese. 26,000 students are learning Japanese, and then followed by French and Mandarin, Italian, and Spanish. Okay, so that's from year 7, 8, and 9. Okay. And in 2020, only 7.6% of the year 12, that's the final year of secondary school, students are enrolled in at least one language course. Okay, so that's about 7.6%, and the number of students are dropping every year as well. Okay, so it does look really quite alarming. Okay, now of course, it's not all bad news. that the government is also providing support for voluntary community language education. So we are looking at community language where we means the heritage language educations. So for example, the New South Wales Federation of Community Language School, they do have 57 languages provided in 250 community language school for more than 30,000 students. Okay, so there is a catch though, that these classes are offered after school and during and on weekends. Okay, so sometimes they are not necessarily the most popular choice, particularly when students start thinking about they would like to pick up sports or additional classes for other subjects. Okay, so is Sydney a multilingual city? When we think about all the approaches of government at the Commonwealth and also at the state level, that they're not particularly friendly towards the language policies, and we are looking at what happened if we ask student, is Sydney multilingual? Okay, so we do ask 342 early childhood pre-service teachers in Sydney that question, and we particularly choose the early childhood teachers because they are going to go into classrooms that more than half of their students will speak a language other than English. Okay, and they all say, yes, Sydney is very multilingual, and signs are in other languages, and foreign people speak their home language. Okay, notice some of the key words that 1/3 of them, okay, 1/3 of them said foreigner speak languages. Okay, so there's a strong othering of multilingualism. Okay, and actually, funny enough, the 342 respondents to our questions, a third of them, about 135 of them, actually have an additional language background, but they still say that like foreigner speak other languages. Okay. Sydney is multilingual only because there are other people who bring languages into the city. So there's not going to be homegrown language learning because there are other people coming to Sydney. Okay, and there's also spatializations of multilingualism. If you go somewhere, if you go to a particular shop or restaurant or a street, or a district or a suburb, you will hear languages, but not everywhere. Maybe not in my neighborhood, but in other places. Okay. So that's an extension of the othering and the spatialization of it. Sydney is only multilingual if you go somewhere else. Okay. And English is the only language that you need. Is it an additive or subtractive ideas about bilingualism? Okay. And well, English is also the only language that they know. Okay, so there is also a critique of being monolingual themselves. Okay, and thinking about that, there's no doubt that many people still only know English and make no attempt to change that. Okay. But then they also expand that there is a national expectation in Australia that you learn English, you use English. That's the common language, that's the national language. So it is not just Sydney that people speak one language, English, but it is Australia. It's an Australian thing. Okay, so then the question is that when Professor Michael Klein back in 2005 talked about Australia's language potentials, and he bring out the term monolingual mindset of Australia as a failure to recognize the language capability as an asset and to capitalize on it, that our students actually think about othering multilingualism, because multilingualism means foreigners, and spatialize it, not in our suburb, but in other suburbs, the ethno-suburb, the ethno-enclaves there, and to think about integrating multilingualism into multiculturalisms, because we don't have a language policy. We speak about language, we don't talk about that. We talk about multiculturalisms. As long as we address the culture, then it is fine. So what does that mean? So bringing back to Lisa's earlier comment about translation and COVID, for example, when translation is not keeping up with the demand, for example, the headline about federal or state government trying to update outdated, translated COVID-19 informations and everything, what does the local government or the state governments do? Okay, so they call on multicultural communities to tailor information. They get the multicultural leaders to be the leaders, to translate, to provide information, and they also actually just go to the community language teachers to say that, can you help to get the information out, even though they are not necessarily the medical professions. Okay. So the interesting thing is when we think about the language policy, when we think about multilingualism, how do we manage it? At the end of the day, we are thinking that it's still going to the individual level to go and take care of your own people, go and take care of your own community. They are your responsibility. Okay. When it comes into English information, they wouldn't go and find somebody and saying that, hey, this is your English speaking community, can you take care of them? So it's actually quite interesting to think about that at the end, the just focusing on the multicultural policy and prioritizing English language in our multicultural policies there, it is reflected at the end, the kind of individual perceptions about multilingualism and also how government approach crisis when translation and interpretation is needed there. So at the end of the day, we do need the language resources, language access assets of the community language teachers and the community leaders there. So how do we manage multilingualism in Sydney? We are going back to the individuals, asking them for support when we need them, but not necessarily when we think about, okay, during the good time, can you speak English there? So it's actually going to be quite an interesting discussion that look forward to understanding how, for example, multilingualism is being managed and discussed in Dubai and London there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. AHKS. And another fascinating story on how governments and communities manage their multilingual leads and resources. So we move on to our fourth presentation of today on the case Qatar, socio-historical multilingualism and language policies in Dubai by Dr. Irene Theodoropoulos, who is Associate Professor of Sociolinguistics in the Department of English Literature and Linguistics at Qatar University. Her current research interests lie at the intersection of modern Greek and Gulf Arabic sociolinguistics and intercultural communications and discourse analysis involving politics, popular culture, and sports. So without further ado, Irene, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Stephen, for your very kind introduction, and many thanks to the Education University of Hong Kong for, giving me the floor in this very, very important panel. And of course, like Lisa said, hello to all my fellow panelists as well. It's really nice to see you again, guys. I don't know if you can see my slides. I have just clicked on share my screen, but can you see my slides?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Please give me just 1 second here. I think now it should be working.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes. Thank
Great.
you.
Excellent. Great. So today, actually, even though I'm based in Qatar, right, today I'm going to talk to you about multilingualism in Dubai. I mean, of course, Dubai is part of the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar is also an emirate, but please keep in mind that we're talking about two different countries. And even though their relationships nowadays have come back to normal, until very recently, unfortunately, the diplomatic ties between the two countries were cut. Today actually we're going to be looking at multilingualism in Dubai. For those of you who might not be familiar with Dubai, here I have provided you with a map. So Dubai actually is the commercial center of the country, which is called United Arab Emirates. And the capital of the United Arab Emirates is Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi actually is approximately 45 minutes by plane from Doha, the capital of Qatar. And exactly because of its geographical position, Dubai actually has been characterized by sociolinguist Ingrid Piller as a way station at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe since time immemorial. So exactly because of its geographical position and also for historical reasons that I'm going to very briefly talk you through, in my humble opinion, Dubai actually presents us with a fascinating case study of multilingualism. And it is not accidental, actually, that over the past 10 years now, the sociolinguistic scholarship on Dubai has started picking up. I mean, we still do not have lots of studies, but over the years, actually, people have started gaining lots of interest in Dubai. So the overview of today's presentation will include some basic background information about Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. I mean, I think that this information actually is important for us to understand the context of multilingualism in Dubai. Then I'm also going to talk about two very important documents that have been developed, which are called the United Arab Emirates Vision 2021 and also the Dubai 2040 Master Plan. And as we're going to see, actually, these are instrumental in terms of structuring and, of course, perpetuating multilingualism as well. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the social stratification in Dubai, which is also very important because we need to understand actually who these speakers of these multiple languages are and in what kind of relationship they are with one another. And then I'm going to talk about the actual linguistic situation. So what I'm going to argue in this presentation is that basically the type of multilingualism we have in Dubai is highly stratified. And in order to make this argument, I'm going to focus on two aspects of multilingualism. I'm going to talk a little bit about multilingual policies and language planning that has been happening in Dubai. And I'm also going to try and show you a little bit of data. Hopefully, some of you will find this entertaining data, actually. With respect to societal multilingualism. And this data will come from the linguistic and also the semiotic landscape of Dubai. And of course, at the very end, I will conclude today's presentation by suggesting, like other speakers have done before me, some potential topics for our discussion. Now, some basic socio-demographic and background information in general about Dubai. The current population actually stands at around 3.4 million people. And actually, we have more than 195 nationalities who live in that city. It's very interesting actually to note that in general, cities like Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the Emirates, but also the city of Doha in Qatar, are very, very unique all over the world, exactly because the vast majority of their population consists of non-nationals, right? So Dubai is definitely actually one of these three very interesting cities. The ruler and Prime Minister of Dubai is His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. He's a very popular guy, actually, because of his investments all over the world. I mean, he's a billionaire, as you may imagine. And he's also a person whom we see a lot, especially in Western media, with respect to, you know, his dreams about how Dubai will develop in the future. The main economic drivers of Dubai include travel and tourism. They also include real estate and property. I mean, those of you actually who commute, if you will, between Asia and Europe, most probably you must have taken at least once in your life Emirates. So I'm pretty sure that you have had some layovers at Dubai International Airport. So tourism actually is very important for the economy of Dubai. And so is lately real estate and property. I mean, the city actually has started selling lots of property to foreigners, not only foreigners who are based in Dubai, but also foreigners who are based elsewhere as well. Transport is also very important. As we mentioned before, Emirates and also Fly Dubai are two of the most important airlines which are based in Dubai. And finally, of course, construction is very important, right? Exactly because there is lots of demand for properties and because the city actually gets expanded all the time, obviously there is lots of demand for construction. So we have lots of, Arabic, but also non-Arabic companies that are hired in order to participate in these construction plans. In terms of its financial status, the United Arab Emirates is basically the seventh richest country in the world based on GDP per capita. And as of 2020, the GDP per capita stands at approximately $74,000 US. Here, actually, the image you see comes from Dubai's Global Village, which is one of the most important landmarks of the city. And it is basically an entertainment park that has lots of, iconic buildings that belong to different countries from all over the world. So you can see the Colosseum, you can see the Eiffel Tower, and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very interesting area, actually, where we can see lots of multiculturalism. And of course, we can also see and hear multilingualism as well. Some very basic information about the population of the Emirates in general. What we need to keep in mind here, as I told you before, is that the population of the Emirates actually consists primarily of expats. So almost 89% of the population consists of expats. And we only have a population of around 11% who are Emiratis. And as we're going to see, actually, this has significant implications for the linguistic situation in the country and, of course, in Dubai. The vast majority of population live in Dubai, as you can see here. I don't know if you can see my pen or my laser. And the vast majority of expats actually consist of primarily Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Filipinos, and Iranians, right? I mean, we also have other nationalities as well, but these are the top 5 nationalities that are to be found in the United Arab Emirates in general, and of course in Dubai in particular. So you can see it actually very evidently here, the population of Dubai. Now, with respect to the linguistic situation found in Dubai, as you may imagine, and as has been pointed out by other speakers as well, it is notoriously difficult actually to make sure that languages are spoken in a way which secures social harmony. And we also have language planning that aims actually at creating a safe and productive environment for everybody to live and work in, right? And the same, of course, goes to or applies to Dubai as well. So part of the effort actually on behalf of the government of the United Arab Emirates and Dubai in particular to create these circumstances of social harmony was created through 2 very important documents. The first one is called the United Arab Emirates Vision 2021. What we need to keep in mind is that these absolute monarchical countries actually work a lot on the basis of what they call visions. So these are like a type of compass or a GPS, right? If you are more into technology, it's a kind of compass actually that help these countries navigate their future, and it presents them actually with a dream that they have to fulfill. So in this way, actually, this type of visions helps them organize themselves and plan in advance whatever measures they want to take. So this vision actually is very important because it makes explicit references to linguistic issues as well. So here I have emboldened actually some of the most important aspects of this vision with respect to language. So it talks about Arabic as a dynamic and vibrant language, which will serve as a living symbol of the nation's progressive Arab Islamic values. So basically here we have the identification of Arabic with the Islamic religion and the Islamic culture as well. Another very important aspect has to do with the fact that the United Arab Emirates actually want to become a center of excellence for the Arabic language as well. But then at the same time, they also want to create a dialogue with other nationalities in order to create respect and consideration among the many different cultural groups, with the ultimate goal of preserving this productive and harmonious coexistence. And also, the vision actually makes an explicit reference to the creation of a tradition of mutual understanding. So here, please note that we don't have any explicit reference on a certain language that we can use in order to achieve this, namely the dialogue and the creation of this harmonious coexistence, but as ideas, actually, they are there. And the other very important document is the Dubai 2040 Master Plan, which was announced actually relatively recently. And it makes explicit references about the rapid multiplication actually of the population of Dubai in particular. And basically, this is a call for paying more attention to issues that have to do with the communication of these many people that are expected to arrive to Dubai in particular. So in other words, what I'm trying to say here is that in some very important policy documents, there are some attempts actually to make explicit references to the need for multiculturalism to be taken into consideration. Of course, the emphasis is always on Arabic because Arabic is the one and only official language spoken in Dubai and in the United Arab Emirates. But still, we have actually an explicit acknowledgement of, multiculturalism and, by extension, multilingualism as well. And now, a very important aspect with respect to Dubai has to do with the social certification. Here, actually, I'm using a very interesting diagram that Sarah Hopkins has used in her very recent chapter on multilingualism in Dubai. Basically, we are talking here about two different levels of social certification, what she calls micro and macro. So we have social certification at the level of the local population. And at the top, actually, of the pyramid, we have what are called pure Arab Emiratis. And these are people actually who trace their origins in the Arabian Peninsula. These are also called Igbeili in Arabic. In the middle of the pyramid, we have what we call, or the people whom we call Ayam or Ajam, and these are Emirati nationals, but they are of Iranian descent, so they don't actually stem from the Arabian Peninsula, they stem from Iran, and then they came to the Arabian Peninsula. And at the bottom of this pyramid, we have Emiratis with at least one naturalized parent from a non-Gulf country. So basically, these are Emiratis who are Emirati nationals, but they come from mixed families. They are also known, by the way, as Mameratis, because usually it is their mother who is Emirati, and then their father is from a different nationality. With respect to the macro level social stratification, this type of stratification pertains to the whole population, namely, expats as well, so non-nationals, and of course nationals. And then when we look at this pyramid, we will see that at the top actually lie all the Emiratis, regardless of whether they are Ayam or Iqbaili or Mameratis. Underneath, we have the skilled professionals who are usually Westerners, that is to say, Western country passport holders, or they can also be Western educated Arabs, right? Then we have the administrative and service sector members, and these are usually Filipinos, Indians, Pakistanis. And finally, at the bottom of this pyramid, we have what we call construction workers or blue-collar workers. And these are primarily Indians, Bangladeshis, namely people from the Indian subcontinent. But lately, we have had actually lots of additions from West African countries as well. So this is, in a nutshell, the social stratification of Dubai. Now, this social stratification, as you may imagine, is also reflected in terms of the linguistic situation that is to be found in Dubai. I discovered actually this very, very interesting acronym which I think captures exactly the gist of what is happening. So according to Peter Zeh, Emirates can be read as an acronym that stands for English Managed Indian Run Arabs Taking Enormous Salaries. Right? I mean, I don't know if you can get the joke. Those of you who are familiar with the context actually of the Gulf countries, you might be able to appreciate this joke. So the basic idea is that we have this idea actually of multiculturalism and multilingualism encapsulated in this idiom or in this acronym. And the basic idea is that in Dubai, actually, we have, and I would like to argue in favor of this idea, we have a type of stratified multilingualism with two dominant, and by dominant here I mean prestigious, socially prestigious languages. So we have primarily Arabic and English, and please note that I have put this into quotation marks for reasons that I'm going to explain later on. Because basically I will make the argument that these varieties consist of different sub-varieties. So we have Arabic as the official language of the United Arab Emirates and of course by extension Dubai. And we also have English, which is used as the main lingua franca between non-Arabs and Arabs. And here we're talking primarily about white-collar people, or in terms of social classes, we can talk about upper middle and middle-class people. And then we also have an emerging variety, which is called Gulf English in the contemporary literature. And this is a lingua franca which is used among Arabs and non-Arabs. And this is regardless of social class status. Right? So even if you have, for example, an Emirati, or if you have a Western expat who takes the taxi to go somewhere, usually these people will use Gulf English with the taxi drivers. And finally, we have other languages as well. We have primarily the use of Malayalam. I think that Alice also mentioned that in her presentation, and Lisa as well. I mean, Malayalam actually is also to be found in areas like Singapore and Sydney as well. In the Gulf countries in general, the vast majority of Indians come from Kerala. So basically, the vast majority of Indians who live in these countries, and of course the same goes with Dubai as well, are speakers of Malayalam. Apart from Malayalam, we also have Urdu, we have Hindi, and of course we have Tagalog, exactly because of the extensive number of Filipinos and Filipinas. And these are the languages that are used primarily among blue-collar and pink-collar workers in Dubai. Overall, we have, lately, actually, the number has increased from 195 to 200 nationalities. So nowadays, we have over 200 nationalities who use their own languages with their compatriots in Dubai as well. So you can understand, actually, how complex the situation is. Very briefly, I just wanted to give you historical perspective here. In the past, and by past I mean before the discovery of oil, Dubai actually was inhabited primarily on behalf of Emiratis. So the three dominant languages around that time were Arabic, English, and Farsi. But nowadays, exactly because of the extensive transformation of the city, nowadays we have the dominance of English and Arabic, and of course, at the same time, we also have a number of different languages as well. What I'm arguing here is that we have nowadays a tacit hegemony of English, and by tacit I mean that it is not recognized, right, politically or in terms of official policy documents. However, lately there have been actually very systematic attempts to make Arabic more evident in the public sphere. And such attempts actually include an effort to create what is called Arabic language renaissance. So basically, the United Arab Emirates is trying to create for itself a position of being a hub, actually, for the renaissance of Arabic language. And this is done primarily through the Arabic Language Charter, which aims at Dubai in particular being a hub for the production of science, literature, and also translations of foreign texts into Arabic. So some examples actually of how this Arabic Language Charter works include the Mohammed bin Rashid Arab Language Award, which is awarded on an annual basis to a person actually who has had an outstanding contribution to the Arabic language. And there is also another initiative which is called the Kalima Project. Kalima in Arabic means word, and this is a translation project. It goes actually to people, to translators who have created a very good translation of a scientific or a literary text from another language into Arabic. With respect to policies and language planning, it is also very interesting to have a look at what is currently happening in educational contexts. Now here, what we can say is that higher education actually uses English as a primary medium of instruction. I mean, we also have various schools that teach languages depending on the target nationality. So we have the Filipino school, for example, we have various Indian schools, we have the German school, we have French schools, and obviously these schools use the relevant languages. However, English is dominant. So regardless actually of the language which is taught at all of these schools, English is still a dominant language, especially if we're talking about private schools. In governmental schools, the dominant language is Arabic, but again, over the years, English has started gaining a very prominent position in these type of schools as well. And what happens in governmental schools is that Islamic courses are always taught in Arabic, whereas in private schools, sometimes some Islamic courses might be also taught in English. Overall, English actually is the dominant language in universities, so in tertiary education, and even the National University of the United Arab Emirates, which is based actually in Al Ain. This is one of the 7. I mean, it's actually an area pretty close to Dubai, right? But it houses the National University, whose primary language of instruction is English, and I think that this is an interesting point that shows us actually the dominance and hegemony of English in tertiary education. English in general is used as the language of business, engineering, modernity, and as the gateway to university as well. So it's considered to be actually a very prestigious language. Arabic, on the other hand, is usually seen as the language of home, religion, traditions, and the more routine parts of life, right? I mean, this is according to Al-Issa and Dahan. And as a result of this, Arabic actually is becoming a less viable or powerful language in students' minds. Okay, so again, this is something that we always need to keep in mind. Apart from the English and the Arabic language, we also have other very interesting sociolinguistic phenomena that are relevant to multilingualism, and this includes functional bilingualism between English and Arabic, right? And this is actually very evident, especially in white-collar workplaces, where there are no policies as such, so people don't impose certain linguistic usage, right, on people. They just let the people communicate in whatever way they want. But what has been observed actually is that in white-collar workplaces, primarily we have functional bilingualism between English and Arabic, and we also have lots of translanguaging. So I think that this is actually where things start becoming very interesting for multilingualism. And just to give you actually an idea of how this translanguaging works in this type of environments, again, I have taken an excerpt from Sarah Hopkins. This actually includes the original text. It comes from a bank, right? So actually we have a bank clerk who has given a call to his supervisor because he wants to to give one of his customers a new card. So please have a look actually at the text in the middle, which is the transliteration with Arabic in italics. It says, "Kuth possibility, Ashabab al-Nahu temporarily blocked, Izim Nersila Lil home branch, Hada Ahsan option, Mumtez, have a nice day, Yalla bye." Right? And then underneath you have the glossing as well. So we can see actually that we have primarily the use of Arabic and English sociolinguistic resources. But actually one could argue that this is a very good example of translanguaging, exactly because, it's not only code switching, but we also have lots of communicative or pragmatic knowledge, which is conveyed actually across different languages. So this is just actually one example of how this translanguaging works in the context of white-collar environments. We also have translanguaging in blue-collar and pink-collar workplaces, where again, there is no policy as such, right? But again, what we have observed here in terms of linguistic usage is that we have, of course, extensive use of Indian languages, especially Malayalam, but also Tagalog, right? One of the Filipino languages. And we also have translanguaging, that is to say, we have the use of linguistic resources from Indian subcontinent, plus we also have the use of body language. And I don't know if the people from the Indian subcontinent use this head shaking in other parts of the world. I'm pretty sure that they do, right? But in places like Dubai, actually, this is very evident. So people from the Indian subcontinent use what we call the head shaking or head wobbling. And you can see actually this GIF here, in case you were not sure, what this head wobbling means. And of course, as you may imagine, it has all sorts of different meanings depending on the context. It can mean, okay, I will do it. It can mean, I don't think that I will do it, right? I mean, it takes actually different meanings according to the context of use. So apart from language policies and language planning or lack thereof, right, as we have just illustrated, multilingualism actually is also seen as societal multilingualism, that is to say, as a phenomenon actually that pertains to how the whole society uses language. And this is something that we can see very evidently in the linguistic and semiotic landscape of the city. So what we need to keep in mind here is that all top-down science, that is to say official science in Dubai, but also by extension to the whole country, are bilingual, and at the top you always have the Arabic text, and then at the bottom you always have the English text. So here I have just provided you with some bilingual street signs that come from my personal archive. We also have bilingual shop signs that are not official, right? But these are signs actually that are to be found outside of shops. And here we have something very interesting that has not been researched upon extensively. And what I'm talking about here is the Arabic transliterations of English names. So if you have a look actually at the left, you will see that the original name of English is Popley. But then if you read the Arabic text, you will see that it says Bubli, right? And the reason for that is exactly because in Arabic, actually, there is no P sound, right? So usually when people have to transliterate an English into Arabic, given that Arabic doesn't have all the sounds that English language has, usually they transliterate the English text into the closest possible sounds, if you will, to the original English text, right? So again, this is very interesting, actually, and that's why we call this adapted Arabic transliterations, because they're not exactly, 100% accurate in terms of the original English text. So this is another type of another interesting dimension.
Perhaps you could wrap up in a few minutes. We're running out of time.
Yes, Stephen, exactly. How much time do I have?
Maybe 2.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay.
Try to wrap up then. Yes, thanks. Sorry about that.
No problem at all. And the other example I just wanted to show you is some quirky bilingual shop signs. So here actually we have lots of creativity as well. And again, we have adapted Arabic transliterations of English names, but the English names themselves actually are very interesting, exactly because they are attempts actually to be playful with, well-established brands like Facebook that becomes Facelook, and also Starlux that originates from Starbucks. And again, we have the same idea. We have Arabic transliterations of these English names, and we also have translations of Arabic of the original English text. Here we also have multilingualism as we know it. So we have the representation actually of a number of different languages, and this happens especially in food areas where we have lots of international restaurants. And finally, we also have cases of posters that might be in English, right? But they portray events where there is lots of multilingualism. So here I have just given you an example actually of a very popular Indian music festival where we have actually songs that have been sung in Hindi, Kannada, Tulu, Malayalam, and other Indian languages. With respect to varieties of Arabic, in a nutshell, we have modern standard Arabic or Fusha Arabic. We also have the Emirati dialects. We also have Arabic dialects which are spoken by different Arab nationalities that live and work in Dubai. We also have Arabizi. Arabizi is when you write Arabic words but in English alphabet or in Latin alphabet. And finally, we have Gulf Pidgin Arabic. This is a lingua franca which is used between locals and Arab professionals and also workers from the Indian subcontinent. And as an example, we have Mafi Ma'lum, which means I don't know. Instead of the Arabic one, La Arif, I don't know. So you can see actually how different this Gulf Pidgin Arabic it is. In terms of varieties of English, very quickly, we have native speakers of inner circle varieties. Usually these are white-collar expats. We also have speakers of outer circle Englishes. They are mixed in terms of social class backgrounds. And we also have speakers of expanding circle Englishes. So people like me, for example, can be seen as an example of such a speaker. I'm originally from Greece, by the way. I don't have the time to take you through Gulf English. I mean, this is an emerging variety, but in a nutshell, actually, this is a variety that uses lots of features from Hindi, and this is actually very evident, especially in terms of vocabulary. So in terms of, religion, in terms of food, we have the terms biryani, which is from Hindi, or karak, or chapati, right? But then the vocabulary that stems from religion, clothing, and geographical features, this is primarily vocabulary that stems from Arabic. And again, here you can see some examples of this. Now, as a conclusion, like other scholars, I'm not the only one, I think, I'd like to argue that Dubai is a fascinating language contact situation that promises to extend our knowledge of social-linguistic resources, mixture, and also leveling in world Englishes, exactly because we have actually more than 85% of population who speak different varieties of English. Languages are organically blurring and mixing at the grassroots level, and this is exactly actually what creates a fascinating basis for the understanding of multilingualism. So it's not top-down, it is something actually that grows organically, this type of multilingualism. As I mentioned before, English and Arabic can be seen as the dominant languages, but we also have signs of Gulf English as well as a newly developing variety. And the other very important thing, and I would like to finish with this, is that, I mean, apart from the fact that we need to look at these different varieties of English, I think that case studies like Dubai actually, and the multilingualism that exists there, can create potentially a new linguistic theory from the chaotic multilingual world around us. This is actually an idea that was aired in Pillar back in 2013, but I think actually that, you know, it's very interesting to look at, you know, how this multilingualism in Dubai can inform our overall linguistic theory. So here is some very basic bibliography on the sociolinguistics of multilingualism in Dubai. And on that note, I would like to thank you all for your attention and your patience as well.
Thank you very much, Irene. So we move on quickly to our last presentation of the day, Multilingualism in Global Cities, the Case of London, by Dr. Dina Mimebekowicz-Smith. Dina, good morning. Dina is 10 in London, I guess. Is a lecturer, Institute of Education, University College London. Her previous affiliation includes Deputy Director of the London Education Research Unit and also the editor of the IOE publication, the London Digest. Her current research focuses on attitudes to bilingualism, multilingualism, minority languages, and positioning of languages in relation to domination and political power. Fascinating topics. So she has also been a language expert on multilingualism with the EU Commission. So we will have the Dina's presentation on the case of London. So we are to our world tour come to kind of a full circle to the case of London, where a lot of the multilingualism globally originated. Dina, the floor is yours. Oh, we can't hear you. Are you muted?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
thank you.
Excellent, excellent. I just would like to say, I would like to thank the organizers for this fantastic invitation. It's great to be here and hear all these presentations about these amazing global cities, which I've all got to know through my work and personal interests. So great to gain extra insights from my colleagues. I just need to say that I'm absolutely gutted we are not there in person in Hong Kong. So hopefully in the future we'll have that opportunity. Okay, I'm going to try and share my presentation. I'm afraid I'm not very good with this.
Yes. Share screen is in the middle of the dashboard down there.
Yes, but then it says, what do I share? Entire screen or window? Aha, okay, here. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Yes, excellent. Okay, that's a big relief. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about London, where I've been working for more than 20 years. And my engagement is with schools primary and secondary schools. I also teach at university, so I work with students who are preparing to be future teachers in London schools. And I'm also on the MAT, so at UCL, and I have to say that the diversity on our courses has actually plummeted, and that for 5 years I've been teaching cohorts which are 100% Chinese. So, you know, for Institute of Education, which claims having 100 nationalities in our student body, this is kind of a unique situation to be in. But Chinese students are the first to apply, and they grab all the places. So we don't have any other students. We haven't had any other students for 5 years. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about diversity in London with focus on schools, and about key studies that we've done in London. Also, I will touch on policy responses and some key principles of good practice in our schools. So in London, we've got over 1 million children attending mainstream schools, international schools, and we also have a growing number of bilingual schools. We have around 16 international schools in London, so obviously as a global city, it attracts lots of people from other countries which are here for work reasons or for study reasons. One of the most popular international bilingual schools here is the French Lycée, which is well oversubscribed, and now they've got arrangements with London schools to offer programs in English and French. So first of all, it's the question of identifying bilingual learners in schools. And when I say bilingual, we also mean multilingual learners. So how do we identify these learners? What definition we use? In our schools, every child who is exposed to another language, either at home or in the community, is considered to be bilingual, or also a learner of English as an additional language. We're using this term additional language in order to avoid the issues to do with, you know, a dominance of language, first, second language. So additional language has kind of fitted in as the best option here. And as you can see in this definition, which is extremely wide, we are focusing on exposure. So we are interested in languages that children are exposed to. And also this means that, you know, very difficult issues to do with measuring competency, proficiency, fluency, literacy are really avoided by using this definition. This means that we can accommodate very diverse profiles of bilingual learners. So we will have children who are proficient in their first language, who've been to other countries, had education in other languages, who are literate in other languages, and are now working on their English proficiency. But we will also have children who were born here, like many Bengali-speaking children, who are very proficient in their spoken dialect, Sylheti, but they don't actually have literacy in like standard Bengali. So the only literacy they have is in English. So that's just kind of one example of different profiles that we have, considering that currently there's obviously a big refugee crisis with everything that's happening in Afghanistan. I just want to say that we do have significant numbers of refugee students, and London has always been a sanctuary to people fleeing conflicts. And in the past, we had numbers of children who were coming from Somalia, who were, for example, already at the age of secondary school, but who had no opportunity to attend any schooling. So they were illiterate in any language. And this is a particular challenge to teachers in schools when they get children you know, in secondary schools who need to grapple with really beginning literacy. Just a quick overview of the national data. This is kind of just over the years for you to see the patterns, and what really, you know, it's very obvious here is that every year there is a gap between primary and secondary. We lose around 3% of bilingual children between primary and secondary school. The research that we've conducted with regional advisors and teachers has actually identified that in primary schools, it's the parents who will identify children as bilingual, multilingual, or not, whereas in secondary schools, it's the children themselves. And then what happens in secondary schools is that children will often try to hide their bilingualism and say they don't speak any other language but English. Well, some people try to, this is kind of done because children want to fit in with the others. But when you look at the makeup of the schools, we're talking about schools where 70% of children are bilingual as well. So what are these children trying to fit in then with? The research that's been done in other European countries, for example, in Belgium, shows that children want to fit in with the messages that they receive, which is to do with, what is the desirable language profile. And they see as the desirable language profile to be English monolingual speaker. So this is why we have this kind of a gap in data between primary and secondary. There could be other reasons, but this has been identified as one of the important reasons. What you see here between 2020 and 2021 is that for the first time, we have actually a decrease in the percentage of bilingual children. I have not seen research on this yet, but my guess is that this is to do with Brexit, that many families, European families, have decided to leave, and that we are seeing this on our data in schools. Now moving on to understanding London and the studies that we've done in London. One key study, and the first landmark study that's been done in terms of mapping the linguistic diversity of London was published in 2000, and it's called Multilingual Capital. This was a really exciting year because this study collected for the first time the data from schools when the schools were obliged to actually identify which language children spoke at home. Until then, schools were only collecting data on whether English was used at home or not. So there was no data on the languages that were spoken. So for the first time in this year, we had that data, and Multilingual Capital identified 360 languages spoken by London school children. I was then in the position to actually initiate the update of this study 10 years later in 2010. And this study is called Language Capital. And like the colleagues from Hong Kong showed us, they were doing lots of kind of mapping. We also worked with maps and produced the maps of this kind. This is just an example. So this map is looking at the concentration of bilingual children, children who speak English as an additional language. So as you know, probably London is divided into 33 local authorities. And where you see dark purple, that means this is the high concentration. And obviously, where there is no purple, that means we've got children who speak English as their first language. So this would be kind of the opposite map. This is looking at where we have concentration of children who speak English as their first language. Some researchers and educators write about the flight of the middle class from central London into kind of the leafy suburbs and outer ring of London. So, this is what their analysis is based on. You can see how, these families are concentrating in this outer ring of London. And then we also have individual maps for languages which have many speakers. Bengali is one of the well-represented languages, and it's concentrated in East London, especially in the local authority called Tower Hamlets, where traditionally, East London has had many families, many different waves of refugees arrive into that area of London. And if you visit Tower Hamlets and the famous Brick Lane in Tower Hamlets, where, you know, it's like the high street of Tower Hamlets, you will see that all the signs are done bilingually in English and in Bengali. And in terms of the adult population, we think that there's 1 in 3 people who speak Bengali there. You have also schools in Tower Hamlets where you've got nearly 100%, so 99% of children speak Bengali at home. In these schools, there are some controversial policies, like that there is no Bengali permitted to be used on the school site. We obviously don't advise this as good practice, and we argue for, you know, the importance of the use of first languages. But in these schools, teachers feel that children have very little exposure to English because, you know, outside of school, everything happens in Bengali, in Sylheti, so that the school time is key for children to have exposure to English, and therefore these policies. So looking at the 2 studies and how they compare, you can see here some key figures that in 1999 we had 850,000 children attending state schools in London who were bilingual, and then you know, in 2008 it's 1.1. In terms of the number of languages, I said in the first study we have identified 360 languages, but in the second study 233 languages. Now, people who worked on the language atlas, they said that this is not because we've lost certain languages, but because the languages are differently classified. So it's the usual kind of language versus dialect issue. And I'm sure you're aware that this is hotly debated in different contexts. So this is how the data showed, and the count was 233. In terms of just looking at different local authorities, we have many local authorities where EAL learners or bilingual learners are actually majority. So I mentioned already Tower Hamlets, 74%, Newham, which is a neighboring local authority, 71%, and then also very high percentages in central local authorities such as City of Westminster and Kensington and Chelsea. Then when it comes to local authorities which have below 10%, you've got some of those outer London authorities such as Bromley, and the only local authority to report no bilingual children is City of London. Now, in City of London, there aren't many schools. It's mainly a financial area, but still there are some schools. And usually what happens is I have students who go to do their practice in some of these schools. They say that the school will say there are no bilingual learners, but when they start working there, there are bilingual learners. They're proficient in English, and nobody's kind of interested in what other languages they speak. So this is very much to do with language hierarchies. Whereas obviously, if you have children who speak French and Spanish, you know, that's something that's of interest to school because they are, you know, foreign languages with high status. In terms of the data that the census has provided, and we still haven't got the data from the census that was done recently, but this was from 2011. You can see that the top 3 groups are Polish, Bengali, Gujarati, and then followed by French, Urdu, and Portuguese. And this kind of diagram shows that there is a mixture of influences such as, you know, Polish workers coming through the freedom of movement in the European Union, whereas obviously Bengali and Gujarati speakers are here through, you know, the legacy of the British Empire, whereas French speakers have always had very good presence here. And when Sarkozy visited London, he said he was glad to be in the third biggest French-speaking city. So there are many French English bilingual primary schools, and then children can attend French lycée, where they will be taught bilingually, and later they can choose if they study in England or in France. In terms of comparison of this data with the school data, the top 3 languages in schools are Bengali, Urdu, and Somali. I mentioned Somali as well. London received many families fleeing the conflict in Somalia, and we have Somali children in our schools with those particular challenges that I mentioned. And then these 3 top languages are followed by Punjabi, Gujarati, Arabic, Turkish, Tamil, Yoruba, and French. And then also very sizable groups are Portuguese, Polish, Spanish, Albanian, Akan, Persian, and Chinese languages. So there are differences between adult data and school data. There are some overlaps, but the kind of analysis is looking into families which are coming for work, mainly adults such as Polish workers, and therefore they are at the top of the adult data, whereas here in the school data, we've got children who've been here, families who've been here already 2 or 3 generations, but they're still obviously very much using their first languages at home. The key points here are that in London schools, especially in central London, bilingual, multilingual learners are in majority, and really every teacher who works in a London school is highly likely to have a bilingual, multilingual learner in every lesson they teach. So obviously, this represents challenges, and my work is about looking into turning these challenges into resources, and also, policy landscape is very important when you are trying to improve practice. So just very quickly, I want to share with you that in England, we had policies addressing bilingual learners since 1966. And this goes back to the time where Commonwealth workers were invited to come to England because of workforce shortages, so especially people who were qualified nurses. And then Section 11 was developed and administered by the Home Office, which gave funds to local authorities to support schools which had significant numbers of these learners. And one of the first strategies that was funded by Section 11 funds was known as busing. So schools which had lots of bilingual learners were actually paying for buses to take these children to other schools, so that you wouldn't have a high concentration of multilingual children in any particular school. So this is obviously extremely outdated. And in 1999, we finally had the funding to do with a bilingual learner being allocated to a Department of Education, and we had what was known as EMAG policy, which stands for Ethnic Minority Achievement Grant, and schools were allocated funds based on the number of students they had and the level of English proficiency. So it was a formula that was used. This money was ring-fenced and monitored and had to be used to support EAL children. Unfortunately, we no longer have that because now it's all kind of done through different ways of funding schools, and it's not very clear how much of the funding really goes towards supporting EAL children. But we've lost a lot of specialist support, and many of EAL departments in schools have closed down, which is in contrast with the fact that we have growing number of EAL children, and that we should actually be looking how to develop further, this support. So currently, the main kind of support for EAL children is done through standards for teachers, where in standard 19, it's stated that every teacher has responsibility to make sure that all children can access the curriculum. So this obviously applies to EAL children as well, and therefore teachers have initial teacher training and professional development to develop skills in terms of inclusion of EAL children. In surveys which are done with newly qualified teachers always say that they don't feel they receive enough of this support. So it is a struggle. And while we were part of the European Union was promoting the language policy, which is known as Mother Tongue +2, and the language competencies were conceptualized in a new way, which was known as plurilingual approach. Can I just ask how much time I have, because we started a little bit later, so I just want to make sure that
6-7 minutes.
6-7 minutes. Okay. So in terms of using plurilingualism in our schools, it's very exciting because it's looking exactly at types of learners that we have, which might have partial and unbalanced resources in terms of their linguistic repertoire. As I mentioned, children who might be very proficient orally but not literate in their first language. And plurilingualism actually acknowledges this partial nature that anybody has in languages they use, and this also includes their mother tongue. So basically it's saying we are all language learners throughout our lifetime, and this kind of partial knowledge of any language we use is illustrated by the fact, if we are looking to translate a legal document or a medical report, we will all need to reach for dictionaries, because these are not the domains in which we operate, and therefore we only have partial knowledge of those domains. So plurilingualism also removes the idea of the native speaker in terms of the ultimate achievement of language teaching and learning, and instead we are focusing on this lifelong development of an effective pluralistic communicator. And also the emphasis is on the fact that children should use their linguistic and cultural knowledge in a flexible, creative, and individual way. So this really puts skills that children have on in other languages firmly on the map, and it basically says all these skills are important and feed into the development of the skills as effective communicator. So in terms of good practice, I just want to share with you what in our initial teacher training and professional development we share with teachers as principles of good practice. So number one is that every child has right to access full curriculum. This is very important when it comes to the fact that often children can be disapplied from like physical education or learning other modern foreign languages because they need to focus on English. So, and you can imagine that for children, having extra English instead of going for a, class where they can play and, enjoy sports with their peers can be extremely negative experience of their school day. So this is why, this is highlighted as number one principle. And also we emphasize that every teacher is a teacher of language too, because often, especially when we had EL departments in schools, it's been perceived that, teachers who teach maths or sciences, they shouldn't really spend much time on, focusing on the language of their subject area. This has been changed through the National Literacy Strategy, which emphasized literacy in the curriculum and made all the teachers aware that every subject area has specific language demands, and they need to explore these with their students in order to support them to be able to achieve good grades in those subject areas. yes, every teacher is responsible to make sure this happens in their subject area. Also, one change that happened after a very famous report, the Swan report in the 70s, where there were certain language centers where children were first taught some basic English and then brought into mainstream schools. It was considered that this was not good practice, that this was actually developing a culture of ghettoizing children who came from other countries, and then children were mainstreamed as soon as they arrived into England. And this principle that no child should be expected to leave their culture or language in the school door means that we need to work in a way that will welcome the cultural diversity and the linguistic diversity into our schools. So when you go to schools, you will see lots of displays that will celebrate cultural diversity, different festivals, different holidays. And also many schools will have multilingual signs of welcome and hello in their reception areas. Now, this has often been critiqued as tokenistic because, often beyond the reception area, you will not see any other multilingual displays. But this is kind of a good start, and obviously then we need to think how to build on that and make sure that every classroom, every subject area has multilingual displays and multilingual reference books, and the children are encouraged and supported to work in other languages too. Okay, since I need to finish soon, I'm going to skip some of my slides and basically say that I've been working on understanding, the attitudes to bilingualism, and I've had some very good data from MPs that I interviewed. First of all, I also worked with children, and I had a child who said Bengali has no value. It's only valued by people who speak it. Employers are only interested in French or other European languages. It's a waste of time. So this is a child from Bengali community who speaks Bengali as his first language. For me, I wanted to find out what kind of messages children receive in our system in order to experience this and to feel this in terms of the value of their own language. So I interviewed head teachers, lead professionals, MPs, and I got some very rich data. For example, this MP was saying that the student is right that Bengali has no value, and it only matters if Bengali economy grows and we can use it for our businesses. So there's a big dichotomy here between languages for our business and languages for our culture. And the feeling is for our business, we will learn any language. But when it comes to our culture, then we're only talking about heritage languages here, such as Welsh and Gaelic. But when you look 30, 40 years earlier, these languages also were struggling to survive, and they were not very valued. This has now changed, and it's excellent to see that. So just to finish off with, I'd like to say that I have worked with my colleague Thomas Bach, who is a neuroscientist, and I've developed this concept known as healthy linguistic diet. And it's basically based on the research to do with cognitive advantages of bilingualism. And it's been endorsed by the European Commission in their review of language learning in European countries. And we are promoting, this approach in terms of importance of learning and using other languages throughout lifetime for the purposes of cognitive advantages, again, throughout different life stages from early years to advanced age. And this has been well received, and I'm delighted that Thomas Bach, who is one of the lead scientists in his area, has wholeheartedly supported this approach, and we now have this website. Okay, I wanted to tell you more about London, but I'm going to finish here. Thank you for listening, and hopefully we have now time for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Dina. And since Tyler is with us now, may I ask him to come and join me with the discussion and also to deliver a closing remark at the end. My apologies for not running out a bit of time, and but we still have well some time for discussion since we have such a illustrious panel of speakers here. I will have to open the floor for comments, observations, and questions. We only have a couple of people here, so if you have any comments or questions, you just raise your hand, and I'm sure we can see it. Kingsley? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen. If I can jump in. Well, thank you to everybody who's presented today. I mean, I think all the presentations were fascinating in their own right and giving insight into these very different contexts where multilingualism is a linguistic fact of life. Dinah, I was really impressed too by your presentation and the quality of data and the quantity of data that you've collected over the years, because this is, I know, has been a long-term research project. In fact, before John and I did the linguistic maps in Hong Kong, we were looking at the linguistic maps in London. It was partly from your work that we got the inspiration to do that. But I've got one question for you concerning London. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I believe from various reports is that actually children from many immigrant groups do very well in London schools. In fact, typically they do better than white working class kids who've grown up in London, who are going to school in London. So my question is, you know, we heard a lot about, you know, the conditions for bilingual kids, but surely, you know, another side of the coin, and this goes back to Bernstein in the 1960s, is working class kids and their need for literacy, and how do they fit into this? How do they fit in? How is it that they seem to be so badly disadvantaged, not only by education, but also by family structure and other cultural considerations in contemporary London?
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Is this something that you've thought about? Is this something that your group has also considered?
Absolutely. I was part of a school improvement group, and we were focusing on closing gaps in achievement between different ethnic groups. And the inspiring data is that the top of the kind of achievers group are children of Chinese and Indian background. And when we did research with Chinese parents, it was identified that there are two very important reasons why Chinese children do so well. First one is that parents put a lot of emphasis on the importance of education. So there's real focus and support there, and this is what children get from schools, from their families. And also there's an emphasis on developing and maintaining their first language. So they will go regularly to their Saturday schools, they will learn Mandarin, and they will learn how to read and write in Mandarin. And as we know, this will give them a cognitive advantage. On the other hand, the research that we did with underachieving groups, for example, Bengali children, one Bengali child said to me in a focus discussion group, he said, I put in front of them data, national data, which showed that Bengali children were not doing as well as, white British. And I said, why do you think this is? And one of the children said, Miss, we underachieve because we speak two languages. So there is this, a deficit model of bilingualism that runs very powerfully through certain community groups. And then one of the children in that same group said, yes, but I read in a scientific journal that it is good for your brain if you speak two languages. And this was the spark that started healthy linguistic diet thinking for me, because I felt, as somebody who works with schools, we need to talk to children explicitly about what it means to be bilingual. And, this is how healthy linguistic diet was developed. But also going back to the, community groups and children who do well, such as Chinese group. I had a student who was doing the PGCE to become a teacher of Mandarin in London. And she told me when she's married to a Chinese man, and when they had a child in London, she said they decided they would speak to him in English in order to avoid, having an accent in English and so on. When their child was 4 years old, he asked her, "Mom, do I look like I'm Chinese?" And she said, "I suddenly realized what mistake I was making." And she said, "I took him to a Chinese school, and at that age he was still able to catch up." But I think that what I want to say here, that parents are often left without any guidance, any information on the importance of the first language. And this is what we're trying to do through Healthy Linguistic Diet, to reach out to parents, to children, to communities, politicians, so beyond.
My question, and if I can break in, sorry, my question was, what about the underachieving monolingual kids?
Okay, well, what we say when it comes to developing good practice for bilingual children, we say all this that applies to bilingual children as good practice applies to all children, okay? So I think, yes, it is, a known issue that white working class underachieve, and, with when it comes to leading educators in our area, Jim Cummins talks about maximum identity investment, and this applies to not only ethnic background but to class background as well, and children seeing that their cultural capital, their linguistic capital is recognized and welcomed in the curriculum and in their schools. So I think that there is something there that we need to explore, where I feel that, white working class children feel a lot of their cultural capital is not recognized and valued in the school system.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I invite at least one more comments or questions from the panel? It's fascinating discussion about education issues. Alice, I was thinking that you must have something to say.
I also want to respond to Kingsley's comments about bilingual children's and monolingual children's academic performance, because, for example, nationally in Australia, we have the NAPLAN testing, and persistently, children from language background other than English actually outperform the English-speaking children. And that has a lot to do with the Australian migration policy, because, for example, in more recent years, particularly with the younger children, their parents would have come from skilled migrants, more likely. Okay? So their parents are actually more going to be from middle class, well-educated, so they will be able to support their children in schooling and education. So I think that's one of the observations that they have with language background and English. So it's not a disadvantage in Australia context there. Just want to point that out.
And I think it's also, if I may, I think it's also that in the British working class context, working class children have to learn another language when they go to school if they want to succeed. If they want to become literate in English, they have to gain literacy in English, and they also have to gain a command of educated English, not simply working class multicultural London English or whatever you want to call it. In it, they've got to, in some ways, gain a command of a more educated variety. I mean, this has been pointed out, by many linguists since the 1960s. Basil Bernstein, the educationalist, did work on this in the 1960s, and that seems to have fallen by the wayside. But I think that, as Sally said, this is something that happens in Australia. It's also something that happens in London, and I think the dynamics are rather different in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. But Singapore, the government through its stringent language policies have always emphasized the need for an educated variety of English. Am I correct there, Lisa?
But I think, Kingsley, the Hong Kong story is also interesting too, because in Hong Kong, we know that, so the government labels ethnic minorities to be primarily Pakistanis and Nepalese. Why do they exclude Indians? Because the Indians do well. So the Indian community in Hong Kong is not disadvantaged in economic outcomes and educational outcomes relative to local Chinese, whereas the others are. Why? Well, it's obviously comes back to social class and family support issues. And so all of these things, so we have to tease out social class, family background from language issues. And I think it's not always done. And that's why the reason that some of the conclusions are not very robust. But I think this is why cross-city and cross-cultural comparisons are so important, because we can see that, why would one group do well in one environment and not in another? There has to be something other than purely language issues, right? So I think, each city has its own challenges, its own areas where things work well and things don't work well. And often it is because government is either responsive or not responsive to different sets of needs.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
I think now with this excellent remark, I will have to ask Tylok to help us wrap up this today's event and some of his observations.
Well, I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone. I think it's an excellent panel, and we have very exciting discussion. And like what John just mentioned, I think if we put multilingualism in the context or embedded in the discussions about social stratification, state policy, I think it would come up with very exciting new observations and analysis. I mean, the case of Australia seems to be an obvious example of the government's perspective of citizenship, and try to avoid, the sort of language issue. Dubai, I was very amazed by the statistics. How so much migrants, so much expats in the economy, and how language is very much tied up with social stratification. And also, I think it's important that Lisa's presentation on Singapore, I think it's one of the interesting things is things evolve, and different phases of development, the state changes its perspective on how to look at the same thing. And all these, I think, issues are very amazing. And of course, London is always the example that we would look at as if sometimes we just assume that, London must be way ahead of us in terms of multilingualism and its globalness. But at the same time, like what Kingsley just reminded us that, if you connect it with the local context, then the non-English speaking students versus the English-speaking working class, it turned out to be something very, very interesting in terms of academic achievement. So it's a little bit pity that we don't have a chance to really meet physically and have more time to talk, because after 2 years of Zooming and unending Zooming, I come to the conclusion that despite the fact that of course we can continue to communicate via electronic means, we still need to meet, and we still need to have a lot of talks after the presentations and discussions, and over glasses of drinks and over dinner sometimes would be the better occasions to explore the next agenda, emerging perspectives, and so on. So I hope there would be an opportunity for us to contact you again and see if there would be multilingualism and global city phase 2, and then hopefully we would then expand the group as well, and then we will come back and have more discussion. I think today we have already outlined a lot of interesting topics to follow on, and then I John, I'm very impressed with the map you guys have produced, and thanks for reminding us that probably we can go to CNS and ask for more data. And with ongoing research, I'm sure that in the next occasion we meet again, probably we can identify themes, and we can identify more targeted output. But for now, well, it's half day. Still a lot of things that we have covered. And again, thanks so much. For people coming from different time zones, I always think that it's quite a challenge. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dailong.
Yeah.
Okay.
So okay. So say goodbye now, and keep in touch.
Thank you.
Yes. Bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.